Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula Mae Weeks, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula Mae Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young, whereas Senator Dr. Amory Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula Mae Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 17th of September 2021, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President and Annes, the 17th day of September, 2021. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath.
I, Ndale Young, having been appointed a member of the Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on a continuation inquiry into measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago with reference to the 11th report on an inquiry into the measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the second paper of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of audited financial statements of the Vehicle Management Company of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2013 and 2014. I thank you.
Minister of Works and Transport.
President, I have the honor to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the first report on the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on a continuation inquiry into measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago with reference to the 11th report on an inquiry into measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lead the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Trade and Industry to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Planning and Development, the Minister of Public Utilities, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of Finance. The Ministerial Report of the Ministry of Planning and Development to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Planning and Development to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on a continuation inquiry into measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago with reference to the 11th report on an inquiry into the measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Public Utilities to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on a continuation inquiry into measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago with reference to the 11th report on an inquiry into the measures for ensuring water security in Trinidad and Tobago. Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Public Utilities to the third report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of audited financial statements of the National Gas Company, Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years 2016 to 2018. Ministerial Response of the Ministry of National Security to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the health and safety practices and arrangements of the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago in light of COVID-19 restrictions. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of National Security to the 33rd report of the Public Accounts Committee on the follow-up of the status of the implementation of recommendations of information and communication technology governance and general controls as stated in the reports of the Auditor General on 2017, 2018 and 2019 public accounts. And finally, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Finance to the 23rd report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of audited financial statements of Invest TT Limited for the years 2014 to 2017. I thank you.
Urgent questions?
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Education, can the Minister inform the Senate as to the rationale for the decision by the Teaching Service Commission to cease accepting unsolicited teacher applications effective September 30th, 2021?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much. Madam President, as my colleague Senator Mark knows, the Teaching Service Commission is a constitutionally independent body charged with responsibilities under Section 125 of the Constitution. And Section 125 says, and I quote, "Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, power to appoint persons to hold or act in public offices in the teaching service established under the Education Act, including power to make appointments on promotions and transfers and to confirm appointments, and to remove and exercise control over persons holding or acting in such offices, and to enforce standards of conduct on such officers," end of quote. As such, Madam President, decisions and questions relating to teacher recruitment should properly be directed to the Teaching Service Commission, under whose remit this matter falls. The Ministry of Education is not in a position to presume what the response is. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Can I ask, through you, Madam President, to the Honourable Minister, given what he has just outlined to this Parliament, can he explain to this Parliament why the Teaching Service Commission, as an independent commission, make the announcement instead of the Honourable Minister? Can the Minister shed light on this development, Madam President?
Minister.
Madam, the response is not implicit but very obvious from my response. The announcement will not be made by the Ministry of Education because the issue falls within the powers, the constitutional powers of the Teaching Service Commission. So it is the Teaching Service Commission to deal with that matter as it relates to recruitment.
Madam President, is the Minister aware that the Minister of Education made a public announcement, which was in today's newspapers, telling the population that they cannot submit any applications for teaching jobs from September the 30th and not the Teaching Service Commission? Is the Minister aware of that pronouncement by the Honourable Minister of Education?
Minister.
Madam President, as I said before, the issue of the decision and dealing with the decision falls within the remit of the Teaching Service Commission. The Minister of Education, having been given information or provided with information or having found information that is in the public domain, is entirely appropriate for the Minister to reflect a decision of the Teaching Service Commission. It is proper for the Minister to do that. But the process, the decision making, the decision is in the remit of the Teaching Service Commission.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Given the destruction of homes allegedly as a result of quarrying activities being conducted under the supervision of the EMBD, can the Minister indicate whether an investigation has been launched into this situation?
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, it is the events described in the question are very unfortunate, and the government, of course, I was contacted by MP David Lee, Member of Parliament for the area, was contacted about the matter, and I was also contacted with a request to engage my colleague, Senator Donna Cox, to assist the people in the community who were affected. And I've responded to the MP, and I've also spoken to my colleague, and I know that she's acting on it. But in relation to this matter, Madam President, it is best if I read into the record this letter from the chairman of EMBD to the minister who is responsible for quarries, the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, my colleague, the Honorable Stuart Young. My letter is dated 15 September 2021 and addressed to the Honorable Minister Stuart Young in reference to the preliminary report of the landslip in the vicinity of the Cocoa Road quarry. And I read as follows. Reference is made to the mining license SQ0001-18 between the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and the Estate Management and Business Development Company for the Cocoa Road block dated 24th September 2018. That's the date of the mining license. We wish to report that this morning on 15th September 2021, a few members of the fence line community blocked the bridge leading to the Cocoa Road quarry, alleging that around 3 a.m. today there was significant damage to their houses, allegedly caused by the quarry operations at the Cocoa Road quarry. These houses are located approximately 200 feet outside the eastern boundary of the Cocoa Road quarry. We have not had any reports of damage other than property damage. EMBD personnel visited the area of the affected houses and reported that one house had collapsed and another house appears to be moving. An internal investigating team was immediately assigned to investigate the complaints.
Minister, I'm sorry, but your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Madam
Senator Mark.
To indicate whether he has launched a formal inquiry into this matter.
Minister.
Madam President, and I'll continue to read, Madam President, from that letter of 15 September 2021 to the Honorable Minister Young from the Chairman of EMBD. I'll continue in relation to the supplemental question. An internal investigating team was immediately assigned to investigate the complaints comprising the EMBD quantity surveyor, project manager, security manager, and land surveyor, as well as a representative from the quarry contractor and operator. Given the matter involves land slippage, EMBD has also asked Mr. Charles Allen, a geotechnical expert, to conduct a site visit with EMBD personnel today with a view of assisting in investigations, in particular in advising technically on the potential or actual cause of the landslip. As of 15 September 2021, EMBD has halted all quarrying operations as a precautionary measure pending these investigations. This is a preliminary report, and we shall revert to you with a more complete report as the investigations into this matter proceed. Ronnie Mohammed, Chairman of EMBD.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Honourable Minister, can I ask another supplemental, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether he can share with this Parliament what is the status of the intervention being made by both the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and another ministry I had mentioned? Can he advise this Honourable Senate where the situation stands at this time, given the crisis faced by several families?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question, Senator Mark.
To the Minister of Planning and Development. Given the alleged disposal of toxic waste by a chemical plant in the Barakpur community and the effect of said waste on residents, can the Minister advise as to whether the EMA has launched an investigation into this matter?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I can confirm that the EMA received the complaint and a site visit was conducted on September 10th, 2021. The EMA was accompanied by the representatives from the Office of the County Medical Officer of Health, and that is for the County Victoria. The EMA intends to include in the investigation the Town and Country Planning Division of the Ministry of Planning, and it is expected that the process will be completed in a month's time. Thank you.
Madam President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, through you, whether the government intends to take any interim steps to address this health hazard and crisis that is affecting over 60 residents in the said community?
Senator Mark, the time for urgent questions has expired, but I will just allow the Minister to answer that. Okay?
Yes, Madam President. the steps have been taken. The matter falls squarely within the remit of the EMA, and it is also a health issue, for which reason the County Medical Officer of Health was represented, and it is also a municipal cooperation issue. So the various agencies have been engaged, and all with their individual powers to act in the matter. And of course, the government would like the matter to be dealt with through these agencies who are equipped under the law to do that. Thank you.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by Minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the decision of the Senate to establish a joint select committees to consider and report on the Fisheries Management Number 2 Bill 2020 and the Shipping Bill 2020, I beg to move that the following 6 members be appointed to serve with an equal number from the House of Representatives as follows. On the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management Number 2 Bill 2020, Mr. Clarence Rambarat, Ms. Yukima Betelmi, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, Mr. Anil Roberts, Dr. Varma Dial Singh, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy. On the Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Ruhan Sinanan, Ms. Jolene John, Mr. Derup Timal, and Ms. Sharice Sipasad. I thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the following 6 members be appointed to serve on the following joint select committees with an equal number from the House of Representatives. The Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management Number 2 Bill 2020, Mr. Clarence Rambarat, Ms. Yukima Bethelmi, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, Mr. Anil Roberts, Dr. Varma Dial Singh, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy. The Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Ruhan Sinanan, Ms. Jolene John, Mr. Deorup Timal, Ms. Sharice Sipasad. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, September the 14th, 2021, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for Related Matters. 9 persons have already contributed to the debate, including the mover of the motion, the Minister of Finance. Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021. This bill is an important piece of legislation. It is revolutionary, essential, and has suffered long delays. It is about culture change and seeks to deal with many factors which threaten the economic health of our country. Some bills have been brought to Parliament with very long titles. I have complained at times, as I thought it was akin to the petticoat being longer than the dress. In this case, however, I consider the bill's long title, An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for Related Matters, as being too short. We could have emulated Guyana's equivalent law, its Revenue Authority Act, and adopt its long title, An Act to Establish and Define the Functions of a Revenue Authority, to define the governing board of the authority to transfer from the government to the authority the functions and powers of the Inland Revenue Department and the Customs Department, to transfer for the government to the authority the assets used in the said departments and the liabilities to which they were subject, and provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Long, yes, but we know what we are in for. It states from the outset the intention of the legislature. Clause 5 of this bill establishes the Revenue Authority as a body corporate. Clause 6 lists the function of the authority, namely the assessment and collection of taxes under the revenue laws, the administration of the revenue laws, the enforcement of the revenue laws, the enforcement of border control measures subject to any other written law, and subject to subsection 2, the provision of revenue collection services to any statutory or other body to collect public monies and the facilitation of legitimate trade. Now, the question may legitimately be asked, why do we need a revenue authority when we have in place bodies such as Inland Revenue and Customs which are carrying out those functions? The fact of the matter is that these bodies are not functioning as efficiently and effectively as they should. There is widespread institutionalized corruption, and the country is suffering from these two inconvenient truths which leave a bitter taste in the mouth and should be expelled. The Towers of Strength community, which meets every Monday at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, was conceived in the laboratory of the Ministry of Finance, and many staff members of the Inland Revenue Department have joined the community. Their aim is to develop a spiritual vaccine to fight the infection of the corruption virus, which they saw as a pandemic in those departments. Madam President, employees were tired of the kickbacks, the tardiness in dealing with objections, resulting in the taxpayer automatically being favored in the assessment once the time has passed, documents to support the correctness of the assessment going missing, an insufficient number of staff to conduct audits, double-dipping field auditors being paid to collect taxes while also being compensated to avoid taxes. Who is to guard the guards? Honest employees are frustrated. They feel helpless and hopeless. One acting in a senior position for 11 years with no Oscar or Emmy award. In Customs Department, there is a talk of big businessmen having personal senior customs officers always on duty when their goods are to be cleared. Evidence of a large quantity of unmanifested cargo, counterfeit goods, under-invoicing, incorrect description of goods, illicit and prohibited goods entering the country without the required licenses or permits. Scanners put in place were not fully functional, so there was random scanning and sniffer dogs trained to detect guns and drugs. But the dogs have to serve other transit sheds and not always available when needed. Custom officers thought there should be greater accountability, and especially with regard to senior staff, they thought the promotion should not be so reliant on seniority, but should take into consideration technical expertise, and further education and remuneration should be commensurate with duties. Now, employees thought the Public Service Commission was missing in action and wondered if PSC meant permanently sleeping commission, and hope this new law would be an answer to their prayers. Now, when we look at Clause 7 of the bill for the establishment and constitution of the Board of the Authority, it states that the board shall be appointed by the minister and shall comprise 9 members as follows: a chairman, a vice chairman, a permanent secretary of the ministry, the director general, who shall be an ex officio member of the board, a person nominated by the Tobago House of Assembly, an attorney at law, a chartered or certified accountant, and 2 other persons. Now, I am particularly pleased with Clause 7(3)(a) of the bill. It lists among the required criteria for board members an important skill set which members must have and which is not normally written into the law. I speak here, and I quote, of a demonstrated capacity to oversee and have considerable experience in overseeing the management of a large and diverse organization. Normally, the listed criteria are, as appears in Clause 7(3)(b), which is qualifications and experience in the area of tax or customs administration, corporate management, or areas such as accounting, economics, law, business, or other relevant fields. Now, Clause 73A is extremely important because what is desperately needed in these departments is oversight. If there is close monitoring and proper systems in place, a number of the shady practices which occur on a daily basis would be eradicated. We have heard about the billions of dollars being lost through widespread tax evasion, the tax gap, about weaknesses in the law, poor IMF ratings, and that our revenue collection rate is among, or might very well be, the lowest in the Caribbean. The logical question is, does this legislation in any way facilitate the efficient processes which we as a society crave and which all right-thinking members of staff long for and wish would happen? Clause 8, to my mind, of the bill seems to offer some hope. The marginal note, which is written as functions and powers of the board, lists as follows. 8.1, subject to subsection 2, the board shall be responsible for formulating, approving, and ensuring the implementation of management policies in relation to the approval and review of the policy of the authority. So the first thing you have to do is to review what is in place at present. The monitoring of the performance of the authority in the carrying out of its functions, the finances, real property, and other assets and resources of the authority, the securing of contracts, the procurement of goods and services, and other administrative activities, human resources, including those related to recruitment, important, remuneration, promotion, training and development, performance assessment, conditions of work, discipline, termination of employment, and superannuation benefits. Service standards and performance targets, very, very important. At the end of the day, you set out certain things to do. Who is to say whether you have received the target and what happens if you don't? Those are important things. And a code of conduct for the employees of the authority. Very important. This code of conduct. The strategic plan, budget and annual report of the authority, and especially the strategic plan. Where are we? Where are we going? How do we get there? A lot of organizations are putting in place strategic plans for a particular period of time and then reviewing it. Then we have the mandate for collective bargaining and approving collective agreements in relation to the terms and conditions of employment of persons employed by the authority. Probity in the use and allocation of resources. The principles of good corporate governance, procedures, and practice, and the internal audit of the authority. All these are extremely important. And all that we ask is that you stick to the mandate that is given and act in accordance with that. So, Madam President, I see these provisions as giving the authority a fresh start, an opportunity to start anew to see what the authority can do, what we as a society can do to fix things. It was never a question of not knowing what to do or how to do it, but the political will was lacking. The courage was absent, and the old practices were embedded so deeply that it seemed that to envisage change was like we were dreaming the impossible dream, to right the unrightable wrong, to try when your arms are too weary to reach the unreachable star. But, Madam President, we have in the employ of the government good and righteous people who are trained, who are competent and want to make a difference. These people readily admit that Inland Revenue Division has been unsuccessful in collecting the correct taxes due to Trinidad and Tobago and has seen a decline in its ability to eradicate corruption that continually erodes the limited taxes that are assessed and are collectible. There has been steady decline in the required staffing and attention to training and promotion. Staff morale has become low, and this continually affects efficiency and effectiveness of work produced. Their view is that the Revenue Authority seeks to provide more latitude for improvement in efficiency and effectiveness of the tax collection process by eliminating the prolonged and slow process of appointments and promotions. It has been very painful for some people waiting for that promotion to come. Efficient selection process of appropriate and sufficient staff to ensure adequate work is performed effectively. Increasing the tax net by making this a priority. continuous training for improvement in staff performance in line with the exchange of information gathered at international technical conferences such as CIAT, that is the Center for Inter-American Tax Administrations, and OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So time after time, we are sending off employees of the departments to go and learn how to do things, what to do, and they come back, there's hardly opportunity for them to put into practice what they have learned, and there may even be obstacles to trying the new things which would improve the efficiency of the department. Increase in audits where the correct assessment of taxes can be done. Having a board that is able to maintain confidentiality and yet allowing the head, the Director General, to be under the control of the minister who can give direction. The Deputy of Compliance to be under the control of the Public Service and providing opportunities for improvement in collections through enforcement efficiency. So this is what they felt. Madam President, the composition of the board is not a bone of contention, nor are the function and duties of the board. What is of some concern, and we've heard it expressed here, is Clause 7.2, which states the board shall be appointed by the minister. When we look further at Clause 11.3 to 6, we see that the minister is also responsible for temporary and substitute appointment of board members. In circumstances where a member resigns, is removed from, or vacates his office, is temporarily outside of Trinidad and Tobago, or for any reason unable to perform the duties of his office, the minister can appoint somebody in his stead. Notwithstanding certain provisions which I see has been included to assuage the fears of political interference, there remains a degree of concern about the appointment authority of the minister. It is useful to examine what happens elsewhere. The appointment of the Barbados Revenue Authority Board is to be found in the second schedule of the Act, which states the board shall comprise 9 directors as follows: 6 persons appointed by the minister by instrument in writing in accordance with subparagraph 2, and ex officio the commissioner, the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs, and the Chief Technical Officer in the Ministry of Transport and Works or his nominee, and the minister shall appoint as directors 5 persons who appear to the minister to be qualified and experienced in economics, accounts, finance, tax, law, public administration, or business, or such other areas as, in the opinion of the minister, is required for discharge of the functions of the board, and a person nominated by the most representative organization of employees from among its members. Jamaica's Revenue Administration Act provides for the appointment of their board by the Governor General. And here we have heard arguments that it is our president who should be appointing the board. Guyana's Revenue Authority Act provides in Section 11 for 6 members: the minister to appoint the chairman, 2 other persons with knowledge and experience in taxation, finance, commerce, economics, law, or administration, and includes other members, such as the Commissioner General, the Governor of the Bank of Guyana, or some other members of the bank nominated by the minister, and the Director of the Office of Budget, Ministry of Finance, or in his absence, such other representative from the Ministry of Finance as may be nominated by the minister. So to a large extent, therefore, save for those who are ex officio, the board is appointed by the minister. Now, the stance that we take about the ability and the authority given to the minister to appoint the authority is really based on our trust in our institutions and officials. We do not have a culture of trust in our members of parliament, in our officials, and therefore we are always looking for something sinister where there might be none. So there are safeguards in the bill which attempts again to assuage some of the fears. So we have the Director General, the Deputy Director General, and so on, appointed, and you have the use of the affirmative resolution, which is something that is very rare. I have called for affirmative resolution because I see so many negative resolutions has been the norm in this Parliament. But in this case, there is provision for affirmative resolution. So we come and we argue that, yes, this person is acceptable or this person is not acceptable. So there's that opportunity given. We have also that the board is not responsible for the functioning of the authority, that there is no access to people's individual information, that documents and so with regard to court matters and so on do not come to the authority. So these are things that are actually built in to try to alleviate some of the fears. But whatever route that is taken, one has to realize that a person who is, in fact, convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So in this Parliament, what we ought to do is to try to reach a common ground to see, is it possible that we can have some people appointed by the minister, some by the president, or do we want to continue with the route that we are going? So as I said, there are, within this bill, various things that are very good. There are some things that are of some concern. And the question of the terms and conditions of the people, they are not going to be prejudiced in any way, and the same terms and conditions will apply, so that all of the things that we need may not be there, and we may need further discussion. But the fact is, there is an attempt to bring a better Trinidad and Tobago revenue collection authority. We in Trinidad and Tobago are not at all happy generally about paying taxes, generally. We love the amnesty, but generally we have a lot of problems with bills. We see the reaction to the question of land tax, which is different from my research in Barbados and Jamaica and Guyana and all the other jurisdictions I've called. But we need to change the culture so that Trinidad and Tobago will do what is right for the good of the entire country. So I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Dana Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this bill, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021. Now, I have listened attentively to the different perspectives from both sides and even the independent bench since the start of this debate on Tuesday. And I really don't intend to repeat any of the points, but I want to add some general concerns that I have about the bill and put forward some recommendations to address these concerns. Madam President, at the end of today, my intention is, if this bill is to be passed, whether with my support or without my support, I really want to seek to the best of my ability to ensure that a revenue authority structure that is passed is one that is established that is conducive to performance and not controls, rather than one that takes one government or state-centric institution than creating another state-centric institution. Or else, in a couple of years' time, we will be confronted with a problem where the same inefficiencies and ineffectiveness reoccur. I want to say, though, even though this bill has been brought to the Parliament several times, regardless of whether some of these clauses are direct copy and paste clauses from previous versions. Each time it was brought, economic circumstances varied, and so each time I think it needs careful examination, and even this time as well. So, Madam President, revenue authorities around the world, they tend to be semi-autonomous in nature, so that it has to have a separate legal status, which is what we're trying to establish with this legislation. It has a board which runs the management of the authority, and usually the personal systems or the human resource function comes outside of the purview of the civil service. And of course, they are self-financing mechanisms. This is the general structure of semi-autonomous revenue authorities. And the objective of a revenue authority is to turn tax administration into a more effective apparatus. The achievement of this objective is, of course, highly dependent on how the revenue authority is designed. It is important to note that within the Commonwealth and even closer to home in the Caribbean, countries have established semi-autonomous revenue authorities and have done so in response to many challenges, several times being the constraints of the civil service. So generally, it is recognized that public service reform, not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, is something difficult to interfere with and reform or change because it's all enshrined in the constitutions of most Commonwealth countries. Now, what this bill presents us with is a hybrid structure, one that is similar to Estonia. Approximately 6% of revenue authorities around the world adopt such a structure of revenue authorities. 46% of revenue authorities are semi-autonomous. 48% still continues to run as a division under the Ministry of Finance. The Enforcement Division is introduced in this bill, and the post of Deputy Director General of Enforcement is introduced, which basically lumps together the functions of the Controller of Customs and the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue. That is outlined in clauses 13, 14, and, well, clause 40. The division will be staffed by the Public Service Commission, who would be vested with enforcement powers, with the exception of those hired by the board, which I understand will serve administrative functions only. However, the law does not clearly state that. Now, I have been hearing all kinds of justifications, all kinds of arguments against this policy decision put forward by the government. But with respect to the continued inclusion of the Public Service Commission. But the bill may very well pass here today by a simple majority. And if it does, my concern is how effectively this structure would work. How many of the problems would you be able to eliminate to improve efficiency of tax administration? Because you will still be subjected to the limitations of the Public Service Commission. Madam President, I looked at the committee report that looked at the feasibility of establishing the Revenue Authority. This was a report that was done all the way back in 2002 when that then cabinet was looking at the establishment of a Revenue Authority for the first time. And it gave some insights into the kind of challenges that the Customs and Excise Division and the Inland Revenue face with the Public Service Commission. Some of those highlighted were long-standing promotions not completed by the Public Service Commission, resulting in a high number of vacancies. And these high number of vacancies came to light in the TADAT report, the IMF TADAT report, that is the Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool report that was done in 2017. It also takes 3 years sometimes to fill vacant positions. There's a general demotivated staff with low compensation, and they tend to be very susceptible to bribery. There are extraordinary delays in disciplinary action. There is also lack of career path development. There is lack of managerial training. There is an inability to recruit and retrain quality staff. There is abuse of sick leave. Madam President, the list goes on and on. So my question is, how are we going to avoid these problems from being transferred from the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise into the Enforcement Division of the Revenue Authority when it is established? Because this is the division that will be responsible for fighting tax evasion, fighting tax leakages, tackling the informality that exists in Trinidad and Tobago. And these persons would continue to be appointed, disciplined, etc., by the Public Service Commission. How much avenue are we going to have to develop an agile working environment subjected to performance-based targets? Because that's what we're trying to achieve with this, right? How are you even going to ensure that you have the full complement of staff to fulfill the functions of the division? Also, I know the Minister of Finance, while he was piloting the bill, he gave us some forecasts in terms of how much he expects the tax revenue to GDP ratio to increase in the next couple of years. I believe the forecasts were 1% by 2023, 1% increase by 2023, 1% of GDP increase by 2023, 1.5% increase in 2024 from the establishment of this revenue authority. Now, I do not think that is possible. Revenue authorities around the world take at least 1 to 2 years after the passage of legislation to become fully operational. In Jamaica, for example, they implemented their revenue authority in 15 months, and their model does not even merge customs and excise with the inland revenue, their equivalent of inland revenue. And what we are doing with this bill, what the institution that we are trying to establish, basically lumps both functions into one. Nothing is wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that I think we are forgetting a fundamental micro issue that could have tremendous consequences for both customs and inland revenue. I haven't heard about how exactly we are going to deal with this complex marriage between customs and inland revenue. It's always difficult to integrate both functions. Customs are meant to facilitate trade. Inland revenue, on the other hand, is meant to fight tax evasion. We not only have to help, and right now when we establish this revenue authority, we not only have to help these two properly fulfill their functions, but we also have to get them to coordinate. Another deficiency that currently exists. But apart from that, a merger of information systems would be required. Both divisions use different systems. Customs and Excise use Asicuda, although I don't think they fully use all features of the Asicuda system right now. Ministry of Finance use Gentax. We need to integrate both of them. All of these things need to be streamlined. And so, Madam President, I think we should look again at how we determine these forecasts, because implementing this revenue authority would take time, and as much as we need the additional revenue at this point in time, is not something that you rush. You really want to try to get it right. So I would actually encourage that, I don't know if it's possible at this stage, but if some time frames that adopts a phased approach could be included in the legislation. Some countries like Canada, when they created their revenue authority and they passed their law, they included in their law a phased approach over a 4 to 5 year period. But this will be dependent on how much work was already done on the government side so that you could hit the ground running when this bill is passed. And I do not think that that is the case. That it does not seem to be the case. I haven't heard, perhaps I stand corrected, more information might probably come out during the debate. But my point is, Madam President, we cannot see this bill, the passage of this bill, as the be-all and the end-all to the deficiencies in the tax administration system. All of a sudden, you're going to increase revenue collection. No, it's a process, and it will take some time. And with that being said, as much as we say I spoke about the deficiencies with respect to using the continued use of the public service commissions and whatnot. But the Public Service Commission, let us put those challenges aside. They're not entirely responsible. Usually, so after you have when I looked at the TADAT report, the 2017 TADAT report, that is the Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool, which was done in 2017, I believe the minister mentioned that he did a progress report which updated their status on how much of the challenges were addressed. We were not privy to this report, so I would cite some of the challenges that were highlighted in this report. And they're not entirely only related to the poor human resource management. You have things like inaccuracy of taxpayer registration database, lack of a compliance improvement plan, no formal compliance risk mitigation plan, no monitoring of the extent of inaccurate reporting. GenTax is not even fully interfaced with the Ministry of Finance. Categorizing of VAT claimants via risk is not being done. So, Madam President, what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of re-engineering of systems and processes and procedures that needs to be done before we can comfortably say that we are truly accruing the benefits of improved tax administration from passing this law. Now, Madam President, I want to move a little bit towards the governance framework of the structure that is put forward in the bill. The role of the minister to appoint the board, the chair, and the director general is something common across most revenue authorities. The revenue authority relationship to the government is normally through the Minister of Finance, who is accountable to Parliament on the revenue authority's performance. If we don't have the Minister of Finance involved, who then is accountable to the Parliament? Most revenue authority laws assign the Minister of Finance at least general supervision and oversight of the revenue authority. We have to remember that we are dealing with the revenue function of the country, for which the executive has responsibility. While the minister appoints the With that being said, while the minister appoints the board in this bill, I think consideration needs to be given in legislating for private sector involvement on the board. Now, the law right now, the bill right now, it does not specify private sector involvement. It is left open. So it could very well mean both public and private sector. But I strongly believe that we should include private sector involvement. In the case of Jamaica, for example, it is a quite unique case, and it's quite interesting because even though the Minister of Finance appoints the board, I think together with the governor, the equivalent of the president, but he does so after consultation of an advisory committee made up of the private sector and the governor of the central bank. So, right now, the contention with the Minister of Finance appointing the board is a lack of clarity as to where the pool of individuals the appointments are being made comes from. Perhaps we should include some sort of clarity in the legislation so that we can ease the minds of the persons. And remember, we're trying to create a semi-autonomous revenue authority, which is empowered in such a way so that it could operate independently in some ways or the other. Also, I I think that we should specify that I said this already, so the two other members should come from the private sector. I looked at the Commonwealth region, 9 countries in the Commonwealth region, and those countries have private sector representatives on them, inclusive of Jamaica. And I also think that we need to expand the areas of expertise of the board members to include human resource management and industrial relations, because we will be dealing with a lot of people issues and trying to transform an organization that previously had a lot of people issues. I do not think that you will achieve your goal to adopt a business-like model if you do not include persons from the private sector who are well-versed in areas of human resource management, industrial relations, financial management of large entities. So now I have some issues with Clause 11, the removal of the board members, of a board member. I think it is not properly captured in the law or in the bill how we go about removing the board member, and I have proposed an amendment to it. I will circulate it later on today. Also, Madam President, under no circumstances, I think the Minister of Finance should have to approve the rules that govern the affairs of the board. I do not know why. Probably it's something that I do not understand, something I probably forgot while I sat during the committee. But I would like to hear from the minister his justification for this. Because remember, we are trying to empower the board to make some of their own decisions. And also, I think that we should include a provision to allow the board to establish committees as it thinks fit. Now, in terms of the role of the minister in giving general policy directive to the board and the Director General and to the Deputy Director General of Enforcement through the Director General, I see how this could be misconstrued. However, in my mind, when I read the bill, when I read the clause in the bill, in my mind, I see it as general policy. This general policy directive would mean directing particular actions to be done in relation to the fiscal policy position that the government takes, because it is the government who decides on fiscal policy, not the Revenue Authority. The Revenue Authority executes the fiscal policy that the government decides on, well, to some extent. And I think that we should probably look at it again, and just for the sake of allowing maximum transparency, perhaps we could allow for any such directive to be done through the publication of official gazette. Now, I know this may sound pushing it a little too far, but I looked at the IMF toolkit on implementing revenue authorities around the world, and it is actually something that they recommend in their report, I believe, on page 20. On page 20 of this report, they recommended that you deal with uncertainty of the role of the minister given general policy directive in such a way. So, Madam President, I move on. So, while all this effort is going into improving tax administration, we have to remember that our tax system is based on voluntary compliance. So, as we put full weight behind efforts to improve tax administration, equal amount of efforts needs to go into 1, rooting out corruption, and 2, improving the efficiency of public expenditure if you expect voluntary compliance to increase. Remember, you have a wide and increasing informal sector, which accounts for about 30% of our GDP on an annual basis. Let us look for South Korea for for a little bit. So Korea, for example, one of the most successful cases of revenue authorities around the world. The same time they were rolling out their revenue authority, they had an anti-corruption campaign running simultaneously. And that anti-corruption campaign lasted for 3 years. There was strong supervision of tax officials. An audit department, not a financial audit department, an audit department was established to monitor tax officials and investigate cases of misconduct. Is this something that we would be implementing in our revenue authority? Because things like this, these are needed. Right now, what we have is an external mechanism to investigate suspected cases of wrongdoing and maladministration. It is limited to the country's ombudsman. The ombudsman routinely investigates complaints from taxpayers, not internally, but does not identify systematic problems and recommend remedial actions to the Inland Revenue Department. An anti-corruption agency also exists and investigates cases of alleged corruption. However, it does not oversee the anti-corruption policies of the Inland Revenue Department. Madam President, these are not sufficient and we need to account for these things. The last thing I want to look at, Madam President, is the budget and funding flexibility of the Revenue Authority. Now, the board usually have the authority to formulate specific annual budget bounded by the agreement with the Minister of Finance, which is what the bill captures. Because remember, you're semi-autonomous, so you have to have things like this approved by the Minister of Finance. Currently, there is no legislated formula to determine the annual budget for the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise. It depends entirely on the budget cycle. And what this bill says is that we're going to continue to depend on this budget cycle. However, it made provisions, if I recall correctly, Madam President, I don't have the bill in front of me, it made reference to the Minister of Finance, with his approval, having the board be accrued rents and fees and so on. But it is with his permission. But the problem is that the authority will still be subjected to the constraints of the budget cycle and subjected to the problem of waiting for release of funds. And the problem of being under-resourced may very well continue to happen. When I looked at Mexico, for example, they adopted the two-tier system where they allow for a percentage of the collections to be retained by the board. And perhaps it is something that we could do, because in Mexico...
Senator Dinner, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. In Mexico, what they did with the percentage of revenue collected that is kept by the board, they used that to invest that into the modernization of the Revenue Authority. So it's basically a fund that is established that goes towards the modernization and technological investment and advancement of the Revenue Authority. This is something that we could do. Because you see, Madam President, once we continue to leave the Revenue Authority dependent on the budget cycle, what we end up doing is limiting the autonomy of the Revenue Authority. And things like this would make it seem as if you're just creating another division under the Ministry of Finance. Remember, I said in the beginning that we're trying to avoid creating one state-centric, trying to avoid leaving one state-centric institution and creating a whole other state-centric institution. Another issue that I have It's not pertaining to the bill, but it's something that I think should be brought in the discussion during the course of the debate is how much is this initial cost of this revenue authority? How much is it going to cost to transform the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise and establish this revenue authority? Because right after this bill is passed, that is what we have to do. We have to set up the operational and implementation plan to get these things going. Where is the money going to come from? Because we are well aware of what the financial situation, the fiscal situation, and public finances, what is the situation with it right now in the country. So then, does that mean that we are going to go and seek technical assistance and donor funding? If that is the case, how much is it going to cost? Because initially, you will need a lot of financing, and because these things are not cheap, you will need a lot of financing for capital expenditure in information technology. You will need capital expenditure for structural and service improvements. If it is the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise has been grossly understaffed before, I may very well, this very well mean that you would have to spend a lot of money on investing in additional human resources. So I put that on the floor to receive some answers. So in summary, Madam President, what I looked at today was really, the things that I tried to address is, would this structure work with the continuation of the Public Service Commission being the key part of the Revenue Authority? The second thing I looked at is the governance framework, and I believe that some of it needs tightening, and which is what I will circulate via amendments. The budget flexibility of the Revenue Authority is lacking, and finally, we cannot fight tax administration deficiencies without fighting corruption at the same time and the efficiency of public expenditure. I thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Culture, Tourism and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make a few comments on this very landmark piece of legislation. And following on from Senator Dionarine and her last comments, I understand completely Senator Dionarine's fears. Whether this revenue authority, this new revenue authority, could actually perform in the way that we expect it to perform in improving the tax administration in our country. Because we have been saddled for so long, Madam President, on the Inland Revenue Division and the Customs and Excise Division, and their own ineffectiveness and inefficiencies, those fears are simply natural. Madam President, I want to thank government members who have spoken before and supported this bill. I also want to thank the independent senators who have spoken in support of this bill, and of course, actually debating the merits, the demerits, and asking certain questions on this very landmark bill. Because, Madam President, that is exactly what parliamentary debate is all about. We get up here and we are advocates, and we engage in advocacy in some form or the other. We seek to persuade, we seek to give fact, we seek to give opinion, and we seek to ask questions in debating the policy, legislation of the government of the day. And of course, we expect to do that in a logical and coherent manner. And we debate, some debates and some arguments are subject to fallacies, some need correcting, but in the end, we expect some form of synthesis, and we expect better legislation that serves the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But in getting up here today, Madam President, I ask myself, how does one debate policy aimed at improving the standard of living for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, who we have all taken an oath to serve, with an opposition that simply stands and engages in tactics of misleading, misrepresenting, and bold-facedly just spewing propaganda. How does one actually do that? Last night, I took the opportunity to read a book that I have in my possession. It was written by Christopher Wiley. And I sought in that book strategies to combat base propaganda. And I couldn't come up with any. How does one actually do that? How does one, Madam President, when we have the bill before us that intends to create a statutory authority to engage in tax revenue administration reform, how does one get up when we have that before us to counter arguments that the PNM looking to go into people's pocket? How does one really counter that? How does one counter the argument that you have to line up by Balize House to get a job in the new revenue authority? And it's somewhat predictable. We know Senator Mark will get up and he will talk about Stalin, he will talk about Hitler, he will talk about totalitarianism. And if he really, really is into it, according to his instructions, he may raise the very ugly specter of slavery and try to tie it into whatever legislation we are debating before us. And when you listen to Senator Roberts, well, you're taking down a road. I don't want to say towards depravity because that may be unparliamentary, but you're taking down a road and you really have to hold on to your seat because you don't want to go down to that road at all because your mind can't conceive the depths that that road will take you down into. But Madam President, this is not an extension of Douglas politics. We are debating real legislation here today. And to answer Senator Diona Ryan, I agree. Where you have such a tectonic shift in change, where you're taking two divisions that formerly worked under a particular management structure subject to its rules, and you take out those divisions and you attempt to merge it, of course the fears of change management will occur. And those could be very disruptive. How do we actually treat with those fears and eliminate those fears? Through organizational design, through management policies, through management structures, and creating a separate statutory authority, semi-autonomous as it is, will give you the flexibility, the agility to attend to those inefficiencies more easily. Madam President, enforcement. Senator Diona Ryan spoke about enforcement and what guarantees do we have, because the enforcement function will still be subject to the inefficient public service regulations and drawbacks and shortcomings, of course. But in modern revenue administrations, you would notice that the focus is heavily on voluntary compliance. And the focus is heavily on the ease of doing business, that is, the ease of paying your taxes, instead of having to take a taxi or hire someone to go down to Sapero Street in all that traffic, to line up in front of the Board of Inland Revenue on Sapero Street, where there are only 4 parking spaces, park somewhere in some side street, risk your car being wrecked, walk into the Inland Revenue Division, be confronted by a tout who is selling to you that he could get you faster if you give him a little thing, line up to pay your taxes. That is the inefficiencies that we're looking for. Ease of doing business and communication on what are these tax laws, what are these tax policies, and what are your responsibilities as a citizen with respect to taxes. That's what it's focused on. I totally agree with Senator Diona Ryan. She's absolutely right on the point of accountability. Someone must be accountable. And that person here before us is the Minister of Finance. And who better to be accountable than someone who is accountable to the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Diona Ryan is absolutely correct. In terms of the expansion of qualifications and experience, I agree that persons with HR and industrial relations, especially in this first board, there must be people with that experience placed on the board, because there is a very serious potential issue of change management and those adverse effects that come out of change management that may plague the board. So I agree with that. But in the bill itself, if you look at section 7.3, which treats with the Board of Management, under B, it states that the member shall be selected and have qualifications and experience in the area of tax or customs administration, corporate management, or areas such as accounting, economics, law, business, or other related fields. And those fields are fields that are related to business, so that is actually covered here. So, Madam President, I also want to take the opportunity to say from the outset, because the detractors of this measure, the detractors of this bill, they heavily engage in fear-mongering. And I want to say at the outset that the vast majority of taxpayers in this country have absolutely nothing to fear, because they are employed, they are subject to the PAYE system, the pay-as-you-earn system, and their taxes are taken from source and remitted by the employer. So to the thousands or the tens of thousands of persons engaged in the public service and in the private sector, persons who are employed, they have nothing to fear. And in fact, nobody has anything to fear, because this revenue authority and the efficiencies that this revenue authority brings have actually positive effects on business, but they have nothing to fear. Most taxpayers also pay a tax, a consumption tax, called VAT, and they're paid at source. So the majority of persons in Trinidad and Tobago have absolutely nothing to fear and can look forward to these measures going into legislation, because they are just benefits to accrue from the efficiencies and effectiveness that a revenue authority can bring. So, Madam President, that is what that is what we're all about here, creating this revenue authority. All it is, very, very simply, is you're taking the Inland Revenue Division, that is a division within the Ministry of Finance, under the Minister of Finance, and you're taking the Customs and Excise Division, that is in the Ministry of Finance, under the Minister of Finance. You're taking those two divisions out and their functions, and you're placing it into a statutory authority, separate from the public service and the public service regulations that have proven to be inefficient and ineffective, especially where the recruitment of staff is concerned. That's all it is. We are avoiding the bureaucracy and seeking to achieve efficiencies and effectiveness in revenue administration in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have heard talk that the divisions are 50% staffed. And of course, we blame that on the service commissions, but it's really the service commissions department, the secretariat for the service commissions that is charged with the recruitment and the promotion and the transfer and the discipline and all these matters within the public service. But we had a debate right here, Madam President. Senator Vieira brought an extremely important motion, and it came out in that debate. The Service Commissions Department is charged with the responsibility of assisting the service commissions in the recruitment of staff. But the Service Commissions Department itself is understaffed by approximately about 50%. So how are they supposed to respond to a public service organization, division, the Inland Revenue Division and the Customs and Excise Division? How are they supposed to respond to the HR requirements so that people, the right people, can be in the right jobs to actually do the work on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago? And for that reason alone, if only for that reason alone, Madam President, we should put into effect this bill, the Revenue Authority. So that's what we're doing. And Madam President, it's not with the Revenue Authority alone that we're seeking to do that in this 12th Parliament. The Revenue Authority is not alone, it's not novel. We are also seeking to create a separate statutory authority of the CSO. Because the CSO, as a division of, or rather as a unit of the Ministry of Planning, is also understaffed and inefficient and ineffective. And we, as a country, the private sector, the economy, suffers as a result of not being able to capture and make decisions upon real-time data and information. So we're doing that with the CSO as well. It's called the National Statistical Institute. The Maritime Division, through the shipping bill, Madam President, that is in committee in this Parliament, we're seeking to create in the Maritime Division a separate maritime authority. Madam President, even in my ministry, we're seeking to create statutory authorities to manage the National Academy for the Performing Arts and the Southern Academy for the Performing Arts. Because those two very important institutions, performance halls, are managed within units of the Culture Division. And naturally, there are inefficiencies that arise. So just like Queen's Hall and just like the Naparima Bowl, we're creating separate statutory authorities, semi-autonomous, that have the power to manage these institutions. The Civil Aviation Authority, the Minister of Finance gave that as an example. And he also gave as an example the many efficiencies, the ability to raise revenue under the civil aviation laws that we have achieved from moving the Civil Aviation Division out of the Ministry of Works and Transport into a Civil Aviation Authority. So, Madam President, that's what we're doing, and the commonality between all those examples that I just gave is that these functions are simply too important to us as a country to simply leave it to the inefficiency and the ineffectiveness of the public service and its regulations and the rules by which it is governed. So that's what we do. So, Madam President, why bother with tax revenue administration reform? Why bother with that? And the question is, There is the need for adequate government funding. There is a need for adequate government funding. You need government funding for the delivery of services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. You need adequate levels of funding for that. And very, very simply, Madam Speaker, and I like to speak in simple terms, how does government raise revenue? The simplest way to explain it to the common man, the lay person, how does government raise revenue? You tax something or you sell something. The Minister of Finance on previous budgets would have spoken about one-off sales. And that is not before us today. But you tax something. And there are several taxes that we are all subject to. Personal income tax, a consumption tax called value-added tax, corporation tax, and excise duties on the importation of goods into Trinidad and Tobago. So the efficient delivery of goods and services, Madam President, is dependent on how efficient and effective your tax revenue administration is. And I think we can all agree in here that our tax revenue administration is not efficient and not effective in achieving its mandate. And Madam President, when there are weaknesses in revenue administration, there will be inadequate amount of taxes collected. And what does that really mean in reality? During the budgeting process in the appropriation bill, the Minister of Finance will read a statement, and he will give an estimate of revenues, and he will give an estimate of expenditure. And more times than not, you are more or less committed to the estimates of expenditure that you have. More likely than not. So where there is an inadequate tax revenue collection system, the Minister of Finance, either during the mid-year or sometime during the course of that financial year, will announce that there will be some sort of deficit. And we're going to have to support that deficit by borrowings. And Madam President, the Minister has had to support the budget deficits by borrowings. Had we had a proper and efficient revenue tax administration system in Trinidad and Tobago, perhaps there would be no deficits. Perhaps there would be no deficit. And do you know, Madam President, the loudest voices against the debt position and the borrowings and the Minister of Finance are the members of the opposition. And today, they refuse to support these measures that will improve the tax administration system in Trinidad and Tobago. How can the Minister of Finance rely that his estimates are going to be correct, even though they are conservative, where you have 50% persons, a 50% vacancy rate in these divisions? How can you rely on that? Madam President, one of the other matters within the realm of why bother with tax revenue reform, one of the other reasons for tax revenue reform would be the quality of revenue administration. The quality of the revenue administration influences the business environment, the competitiveness, the vibrancy of the business environment, the ability to encourage foreign direct investment. Because, Madam President, all firms are placed on a level playing field. And the weaknesses in enforcement of the revenue administration puts law-abiding, tax-compliant citizens at a disadvantage to those who are tax evaders. places them at a disadvantage. And by way of example, Madam President, I'll give you a story. Recently, I had a discussion with persons within the ministry, and the question was, Madam President, how does some security firms that appear to operate on the same playing field, that appear to have some of the same fixed expenses, how does some security firms, when responding to a tender, be able to bid so low, way below the average? And I had to explain, I said, this is why. Because some security firms hire foreigners, or they hire locals, and they do not pay taxes on their behalf. They do not pay health surcharge on their behalf. They do not pay the NIS contributions. They pay them in cash. And the firm that does that is at an advantage over the tax compliant, the statutory compliant firm that pays all these statutory deductions on behalf of the workers. And therefore, the non-compliant firm has an advantage over the other firms. In the tourism industry, Madam President, I'll give you an example. There's a situation right now where legitimate owners of hotels have brought to the attention of the ministry that they're at a disadvantage over persons who are offering hotel accommodation and not paying the requisite taxes. You see, Madam President, there is something called hotel accommodation tax. It is a tax that is charged to the customer.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It is a charge that is charged to the room, the person to whom the room is let. And the tax is a tax to be called hotel accommodation tax. I'm speaking from section 52 of the miscellaneous taxes, chapter 7701. At section 52, a tax to be called a hotel accommodation tax shall be charged on the proceeds of the letting of hotel accommodation by a hotel operator at the rate of 10%. And the tax authority shall be the Board of Inland Revenue, which, in respect of the collection and recovery of tax, shall have all the powers, etc. And when you look at the definitions, a hotel means a building or group of buildings occupied together comprising not less of 6 bedrooms, not less than 6 bedrooms for the purpose of providing hotel accommodation for reward. And when you look at hotel accommodation, it means sleeping accommodation and services and facilities ancillary thereto provided in a hotel for its guests. So, Madam President, hotels, accommodation providers within the same category, they are arguing that they're at a disadvantage at competing when their hotel rooms are higher because the guests have to pay the hotel tax. And you have persons putting up all over the country Airbnb accommodation of more than 6 rooms, 7 rooms. In fact, some of them converting dwelling houses into such accommodation and guest houses, etc. You have those persons simply advertising their rooms, not having to remit hotel tax. Their rooms are cheaper. And then you have the tax because it's based on voluntary compliance. Nobody from the Inland Revenue Division actually knows that that building there without a sign is actually providing accommodation for persons and are subject to the hotel accommodation tax. Needless to say, it is almost impossible for the Inland Revenue Division, because I am advised, I asked a question, I may not be correct, but in all of the country, Madam President, there are about 10 auditors in the the Inland Revenue Division. 10 auditors, 4 senior ones and about 6 junior ones. And what they do is they focus on the larger companies, the larger multinationals. So that is what the Revenue Authority would do. It would bring equity and a level playing field and a more vibrant business community. And then there is corruption, Madam President. I had a story in there, but I don't have time to give that story of corruption. So there are lots of benefits to a Revenue Authority. It is more flexible. It is more agile. And in Section 14, Madam President, 14.1, there is a provision for the Director General to give the Minister advice so that the Minister can make decisions or can advise the Cabinet in making decisions in real time as it concerns the economy. So that we as a country, in terms of our tax expenditure, in terms of our expenditure, in terms of services and goods, we can make better decisions because we have the time, we have it in real time, because we will have more modern ICT infrastructure, more modern ICT platforms. We will have both divisions talking to each other, not working in silos. And Madam President, I commend this to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I commend this to my colleagues here in the Parliament. And Madam President, I look forward to, as a tax compliant citizen, I look forward to the coming of the Revenue Authority. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lyda.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we are called here to Parliament today to consider a bill to make into law the consolidating of the Customs and Excise Division and the Inland Revenue Divisions of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam President, there have been several contributors on the opposition side, starting on Tuesday, who have spoken at length, going through various clauses and looking at the legislation in detail. So as such, I will take my opportunity here to circumscribe myself to the concerns of the recognized business chambers and other private sector and civil society groups. Groups that have had concerns about this bill, Madam President, and a number of clauses in this bill. You see, there are some fundamental issues that the private sector organizations and not the UNC have with this bill. You see, the government, in their usual fashion, will blame the UNC, but not taking into account the cries of the private sector and the civil society groups. And what is concerning to me, Madam President, is despite all of these issues that have been raised by the private sector, this bill is brought to Parliament without addressing some of the critical issues. You see, Madam President, there was a joint select committee. We heard some reference from the government on it, where issues were raised by the private sector. But the government comes to delay this bill now in Parliament and brings this debate, having 3 of my colleagues only having a mere 24 hours to research this bill, and now us a few more days. And when we come now to this Parliament, we see no sign of any matters being addressed from this joint select committee, Madam President. So what I'm seeing is that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority is shaping up to be a vehicle for this government to almost bully the private sector instead of working in partnership with them. You see, there are major clauses where the advice was given in this bill from the private sector and it was ignored. I mean, one only has to look today in the Guardian newspaper online and we see where the CEO of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Gabriel Farrier, and the headline states, government just does not listen. This is coming from the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, not the UNC. And he's making distinct reference to the fact that this government has failed in a timely basis to pay VAT refunds to businesses. And he laments that the chambers are crying out to the Minister of Finance to pay these VAT refunds, but they're simply not listening. Yet the government comes here in the still of the night and looks to railroad this piece of legislation through the Parliament. Railroad it to bring what they say will be an efficient revenue authority, which we have no evidence of that as yet. But yet does not take into account the current issues in something such as paying VAT back. Pay the VAT back so that the businesses can now come and pay their taxes. It's almost as though there's an that we hear the government speak about the potential of those evading taxes. Well, it seems to me that the government is evading paying back VAT. But, Madam President, the submissions in this bill are central to the everyday operations of the key business sectors in this economy. And you know what? I will tell you, I agree. An effective revenue collection agency is essential to the success of any economy. However, this government is coming here and asking us to dismantle the Board of Inland Revenue, dismantle Customs and Excise, and switch to this TTRA without any evidence here today that efficiencies will be attained. I mean, I will ask some very basic questions. Let me ask the government. What are the tax leakages presently? And how was this figure arrived to? Was it pulled out of the sky? What are the collectible taxes currently on the Board of Inland Revenue system? And when you can answer that question efficiently, explain to me how will this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority fix the leakages? And why can't the current system, if fixed properly, not do the same thing? You see, Madam President, instead of dismantling the BIR and Customs Excise, fix it. The IMF is on record stating that if you couldn't pass this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority bill here, then they agree that the current system could be fixed. And they outlined in the Joint Select Committee a number of shortfalls that could be fixed by the government in this current system. The Minister of Finance was on record. He spoke in this debate about energy tax leakages. And I have it from good authority that tax leakages between 75 to 80% is coming from multinationals. So the question I ask, why has this government failed to bring transfer pricing legislation to Parliament after 6 years in government? And bringing this up in various budget debates. Blaming the UNC that we didn't do it. Okay, if the UNC didn't do it, then why hasn't this government done so after 6 years? Instead of dismantling the Board of Inland Revenue, why doesn't the government look at fixing it by staffing the BIR properly? You see, Madam President, the functions of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority that this bill proposes are wide and ranging. They will impact every aspect of commercial operations, including the collection of taxes, revenue, law enforcement, and trade. That thing that seems to be declining, Madam President. It is by no means a small scope. And as a result, we must take into account the potential pitfalls. We must look at the risks attached to such a draconian bill. So let's look at where these possible risks are. So to me, it is clear in reading this bill that the hand of the sitting Minister of Finance at all times will be within touching distance of the Director General through the board appointees. These board appointees, who are appointed by the Minister of Finance, a politician, Madam President. A politician. The hand of the minister will also be felt on the contracted staff, that when they are hired, they will have no security of tenure. So understand that these members of staff on contract, if they are asked to do certain things, they may have to consider their contract. You see, Madam President, there are key issues that would have arisen from the recommendations of stakeholders in this Joint Select Committee that we see no sign of today. These issues are not represented properly in the bill, and I am going to attempt to treat a few of them, time permitting. Madam President, when we look at Clause 6, the Customs Clerks and Customs Brokers Association, they raised a very pertinent issue regarding the powers of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Their issue was that the power to administer and enforce the provisions of all revenue laws will remove the ability, Madam President, of the fraternity to have input into the regulation of their field. This is not the UNC saying this, Madam President, this is important because at present they maintain that this is a mandate held by the Customs Brokers Board instituted by Chapter 7803 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And the Customs Clerks have ultimately requested that Chapter 7803 be removed from the schedule on this bill. And of course, that recommendation wasn't taken into account by this government because it's still there. Madam President, it is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Trinidad and Tobago, ICAT, had a very curious issue as well too with Clause 6 of the bill. Madam President, so interesting was this query that they had, that the Joint Select Committee had as a matter to seek clarification after. And the query of concern, it concerns the function of the authority in Clause 6, as well as Clause 8.1. They had concluded that the functions in Clause 6 should not involve the board, this politically appointed board, but should be delegated in full to the Director General. So I would simply like to ask, through you, Madam President, from the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, if this query rests kindly with their office. If they can make it clear that the board would not be involved in any functions outlined in Clause 6. Madam President, when we look at Clause 8, both the American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as ICAT, had
Madam
issues
President,
with the separation of...
Madam President, on a point of order, please, or a point of clarification. This is an entirely new bill, 46.1. So it's irrelevant to speak about the Joint Select Committees of past bills that have nothing to do with this bill. It's a brand new bill.
Senator Leiter, I will allow you to continue a little bit, but for the rest of your presentation, it can't be solely on what the Joint Select Committee had arisen in the Joint Select Committee. You'll need to move on a little bit.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, what I will do is I will take your advice and I will leave out the word Joint Select Committee. I'm simply going to talk about all those private sector and civil society groups that have problems with this bill. So let me scratch off JSC from my speech. Thank you for your advice, Madam President. So I am saying this because I want to make it clear, when I listen to the government say that it is a UNC that is opposing, I am making it clear there are other entities opposing as well. So if they don't want to hear about it through the JSC, no problem. I will say it. I will say it from the private sector organization themselves. Madam President, these private sector organizations, the AmCham of Trinidad and Tobago, before I was rudely interrupted, and ICAT, had issues with the separation of roles between the board and the Director General. AmCham, Madam President, is of the view that the board should not be responsible for the employment and termination of any employee below the Deputy Director General level. Madam President, it is the Inland Revenue Division, what we know as the Board of Inland Revenue, that had expressed great concerns about Clause 8.3, where they have stated, and I quote, Madam President, the clause interfered with the independence of the administration of taxes and allowed the minister to influence the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The Board of Inland Revenue made some suggestions in a particular committee for a similar provision as Section 15.2 in the Bahamian Value Added Tax Act to be used in this bill. So when we look now at the Bahamas VAT Act, we see the following under Section 15 regarding the policy directions of the minister. And I'm using this to reference what we have here. So it states under 15.2, the minister may not, and I repeat, may not intervene in matters relating to the day-to-day administration and collection of VAT revenues or implementation of VAT policy. The minister may not participate in making of or influence any decision by the controller concerning the affairs of a particular taxable person, enforcement of this act in relation to a particular taxable person, or access except by written request made to the Comptroller Department information regarding the income, business, or affairs of a particular taxable person. Madam President, we don't see these restrictions placed here in this bill today. Restrictions that would act as boundaries on the Minister of Finance, who would dare not cross to ensure that no one runs afoul. And I'm not making casting any aspersions on this Minister of Finance. I'm not. Because when we make this bill, Madam President, this bill is for the future. This bill is for next year. Next 3 years, when this government emits office and the UNC returns. It's for every Minister of Finance in the future to ensure that there are boundaries. But the government moves forward regardless. Madam President, when we look at Clause 10, the American Chamber of Commerce is of the view that the terms and conditions of the board should be first defined and approved in Parliament. We're not seeing that. Clause 14, here is AmCham again, stating that the separation between the Minister and the Director General needs to be further clarified. The fact that AmCham felt it necessary to discuss this in a particular place is worrying to me, Madam President, because this is not the United National Congress saying this. This is the American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago, who is a well-respected major private sector body with hundreds of members, Madam President, who are not politically affiliated. This is not a political arm of the UNC. And it validates the fears of the opposition that once this bill is passed, it becomes law and it exposes the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority to political interference never seen before in the history of our country. Never seen before. Madam President, let's look at Clause 24. The authority, and this is what the authority may, with the approval of the Minister, borrow sums required for meeting any of its obligations under the Act. Madam President, it is the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, not the UNC, that had an issue and warned that any debt incurred by this TTRA may lead to an increase in the central government's contingent debt and potentially to the government's total debt.
Madam President, excuse, on a point of clarification again, can he cite the authorities for all these comments and positions by these several bodies?
There's no need for me to intervene, Senator Leiter. The ministers just asked for clarification on your part.
Well, Madam President, I read it in a particular committee. I can't remember the name of the committee, but it forms part of my debate today. Right? So, and of course, you can dispute it. You can research it yourself and dispute it. Have one of your colleagues answer after. But through you, I should have said, Madam President. I shouldn't have spoken directly to someone who I wouldn't even rebuttal today. But Madam President, the central bank created this warning. And when we see the situation with our debt to GDP ratio bolting to 90% and in full flight to reaching 100%, we must be concerned about this. And we see that in many other bills, Madam President, brought to this Senate and in another place, we see them empowering all these different agencies to borrow. Tobago House of Assembly, WASA, TNTech, everybody borrowing. And here we come now to see yet another agency who will have freedom to borrow under the guidance of the Minister of Finance. So, this central bank, in their wisdom, urged that limits on the borrowing of power of the TTRA would be clearly stated, together with procedural safeguards, by requiring parliamentary approval to contract debt. I have to skip by now because, Madam President, when you look at the caution from the central bank, why is this? Why would they caution? Because when we look as of May 2021, central government debt was in total an outstanding of $105.8 billion. Madam President, just moving on to Clause 25 again. The central bank went further again, and I go further on this. with concerns regarding the powers of the TTRA to invest money. They were of the view that, again, procedural safeguards should be provided against excessive risk exposure. They advocated for an investment policy to guide the composition of the Trinidad and Tobago revenue portfolio. And, Madam President, when I listened to my colleague, Senator Mark, on Tuesday, tell this August chamber that it's estimated that these authorities, the BIR, Customs and Excise, represent more than 95% of our total revenue in this country. This obviously will raise concerns that this revenue authority can invest a significant sum of our revenue in this country. And, Madam President, the reason why I'm concerned about this is because I only have to look at what has been transpiring in the National Gas Company, where we see a same, just like with this revenue authority, a board appointment by the Minister of Finance, we see a politically appointed board in the NGC that has appeared to have lost close to $500 billion in poor investments. And it seems like every day whistleblowers are showing us something else. So we wait to see what else comes out of that. But that strikes fear in me, because those board members looking for indemnity, I'm wondering if this board, under this new agency, will be asking for indemnity as well. Left to be seen. Madam President, we look at Clause 28. It exempts the authority from the provisions of the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191. Yet we know, Madam President, that the government has gutted the procurement regulations, circumventing the independence of the public procurement regulator, giving powers to the Minister of Finance and his cabinet to procure without the oversight of the independent regulator. And, Madam President, when you look at that, in an environment, when you look at that, the minister will be at center of all dealings with the TTRA. Here we see that. So is that proper? Does that foster transparency? Madam President, in an environment when we see what is going on, we need more transparency, but yet we're getting less. And let me tell you something, Madam President. Inside of a certain committee, the Procurement of Disposal of Public Property Act is fully proclaimed. When it is fully proclaimed, it will apply here, Madam President. So, Madam President, the Minister of Finance will now have supreme reign over the procurement process of the TTRA indefinitely. Madam President, let me tell you where this query came from. Not the UNC, you know. Not the UNC. From the Inland Revenue Division. So the existing staff in the Board of Inland Revenue is displaying a lack of confidence in the intended procurement process for the TTRA. And, Madam President, this is alarming, because what is worse is when you look at the resource report from the IMF on implementing revenue authorities in the Caribbean, it makes it clear that procurement must be specified in the law. Not the UNC saying this. The IMF is saying that procurement procedures must be set in law in creating this revenue authority, Madam President. Well, let me look, Madam President, Clause 6. Trade facilitation. How is this going to be affected in the interim? There must be a roadmap for the rollout of this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. We're not seeing it here. What are the objectives? Where are these plans? I've heard my colleague, Senator Diana Ryan, ask similar questions like that. I don't want to go into, I want to repeat what she says, but I too would like to know, where are these plans? The government is seeking to outsource the work to a statutory corporation, work that is currently being done by BIR and Customs and Excise Division. So how is it going to work? Where's the evidence that we're going to get greater efficiencies? Up to now, we hear it, that it's going to come, but how? It's not the what you know, Madam President, it's the how. At a time when businesses are going through difficulties with dealing with the port, paying excessive rent and demurrage, that's not being refunded when it's the government's fault that it's being delayed. We have time to now study what are the implications to trade when this bill is brought to us Friday of last week and now being railroaded to be passed by a simple majority in an unconstitutional manner? Madam President, they've gutted the Constitution by removing the protections contained in sections 4 and 5. The secrecy provisions are sacrosanct and require a 3/5 majority, Madam President. The government is giving powers into the hands of contract workers. So when you look at a certain submission, Madam President, I will now come back, one more reference to the Joint Select Committee, if you don't mind. When I consider submission 2 of the Joint Select Committee from an anonymous responder, listen to what he stated, and I quote, "I prefer to remain anonymous for fear of victimization. There's a potential for a political financier to be placed as a member of the board. The board shall be appointed by the Minister of Finance. It would be a disaster if a member of the board considered the finances of the country to be his cash cow and an easy way for financing political payback." Again, I am casting no aspersions on this Minister of Finance. But we must put safety measures in place that protects the secrecy of persons. And it gets worse, Madam President, because when we look at Section 3 in the Customs Act, which gives some of these officers in the port police powers. I mean, my colleague Senator Lakshmi spoke at length about it, so I won't get into the details of it, except to say that as a businessman, Madam President, I am concerned because, Madam President, this scenario exists right now where
Senator Leiter, you have 5 more minutes, and may I ask you to, in the 5 minutes, to try not to go into tedious repetition, okay?
Thank you, Madam President, and absolutely not. No tedious repetition here. I'm giving you my personal concerns when we look at the scenario of the customs officers today having security of tenure and their superiors having security of tenure. And when we now migrate to this new system that puts them on contract with no security of tenure, they could be at risk of a superior person connected to some financier, connected to some government official, to act on a particular person, victimization on display. And they'll be hard-pressed not to carry through with some of these commands when they think that when their contract comes to an end, they could be replaced. They think about their mortgage, they think about their children's school payments, they think about their retirement package. So they may be pressured into doing things that they should not. There are potential threats posed by this law, and let me be more specific, Madam President. A competitor who is close to the government, any government, can exert influence on the Director General or the officers in charge of enforcement to harass his competition. Madam President, these officers can cause their containers to be held in the port, can share private taxpayers' information. They can cripple competition in the business area. We must remove the political aspect of this bill, which has not been done, Madam President. So, Madam President, as I come to a close, Madam President, let me state that in very much the same way that the public procurement legislation was gutted, so too is this legislation being gutted. In much the same way that the powers of the independent procurement regulator has been eroded, so too now the same powers of the board and in the revenue and customs and excise are being eroded and given full control to a Minister of Finance and his cabinet who are political in nature, Madam President. This is dangerous. And in much the same way, Madam President, that the various chambers of commerce, private sector and civil society groups spoke up against the gutting of the procurement legislation, so too have they spoken up about the risk of this bill, the dangers in this bill. There will have to be a lot of amendments made in committee stages to remove this political influence over this bill, Madam President. And we hope that the same mistake is not made by passing, when we pass that procurement legislation, the same mistake is not made in passing this bill by leaving the powers in the hands of politicians, Madam President. So, Madam President, I want each member on this side to consider, because I know the government will fall in line, but I want them to consider, use their conscience here today, my honorable colleagues, and consider that a vote for this bill is a vote against the concerns of the American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago and the fetters, about the fetters of the minister. A vote for this bill is a vote against the central bank on the need for guiding policy and borrowing and investment, Madam President. A vote for this bill is a vote against the customs clerk and their request to be excised from this bill, Madam President. A vote for this bill is a vote against the concerns from the staff of the Customs and Excise Division and the Board of Inland Revenue regarding the potential to political interference. Madam President, this bill infringes on the citizens' rights of Trinidad and Tobago. The citizens' rights to secrecy, the citizens' right of property ownership, and it opens up the door to serious political influence. And Madam President, as a result of that, we must not allow this bill to pass. This bill must be rejected, and the honorable political leader of our party, the United National Congress, already signaled that if this bill passes today, we get God out of our thoughts and pass this bill today, that we will see them in the courthouse. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Dylan Remy.
Madam President, I am humbled to speak on such an important legislative and economic matter engaging the Senate's attention today. We have before us once again the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill, the 2021 version. This bill seeks to provide for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority to replace the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division. Madam President, we were here before under different conditions laid out in the bill of 2018. I refer specifically to the requirement for a 3/5 majority ruling, and this has been spoken about ad lib. Madam President, I must agree with Senator Dionarine that though this bill was debated in March of 2020, this bill as it stands now had to be examined in detail as the new additions had to be examined for the effectiveness. The bill now requires a simple majority, and my main concern can be summed up in two questions. Are we sacrificing getting it done right for just getting it done? And if so, at what cost? Madam President, this Senator would be aware of the position I took as it relates to the establishment of the Revenue Authority in Trinidad and Tobago. It was clearly stated in the debate in this House on March 10, 2020, and I thought, where I said that the move to establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority was a good one. However, I re-emphasized the caveat I presented back then, and I quote from the Hansard of May 10th, page 113, that says, the institution should be set up with good foundations, with well-established outcomes and well-established rules and guidelines to ensure good management of the revenue, end of quote. Madam President, we are also very well aware of the opposition to this bill throughout the years. So I think I understand why the government felt it necessary to remove the 3/5 majority requirement. But we ought to be cautious about undermining a fundamental constitutional principle if the goal is to get a win. This bill interferes with property and privacy rights protected under sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution, and the rule that is that such a law must be passed with 3/5 majority. Madam President, I start to think about whether this could be considered contemptuous, flouting of the law for gain from a politically motivated standpoint. That sentiment is being promoted on the social media, and I've heard some of it mentioned by other members in this chamber. But quickly my thoughts strayed to the thousands of persons who jump through the hoops to evade paying taxes or show scant courtesy to the processes because they are aware of the deficiencies in enforcement. Suddenly, it became an exercise of balancing the scales, and I asked myself whether this bill is of such grave importance and benefit to society that utilizing the simple majority was in fact necessary to ensure that the Revenue Authority sees the light of day. Madam President, especially at such a time as this, where the country is experiencing a decrease in revenues, and we're in what Trinidad and Tobago vernacular calls the go-over season, the Financial Intelligence Unit, in their report of 2020, on page 60, reported that suspected tax evasion ranked the highest amongst the 5 most common reasons for reporting entities submitting suspicious transaction report or suspicious activity reports to the FIU. The report went on to say, on that same page, that the FIU received 539 suspicious transaction reports or suspicious activity reports or on suspected tax evasion compared to 186 in the previous reporting period, an increase of 190%. Page 61 of that same report reveals some alarming statistics as of increased in total monetary value of suspicious transaction reports or suspicious activity reports relating to suspected tax evasion from TT 674,000 in 2016 to 528,832,225 in 2020. When I heard of this hefty amount that was being stolen from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago from its own citizens and the development of such funds that what could be used for in a time like this, it caused me to think again about the necessity for teaching to hold people accountable. So I get that point. Therefore, the initiative on clause 14 of the bill to establish this enforcement agency, the enforcement division within authority that will be staffed by public servant is a good move. However, my concern, as already expressed by Senator Dion Ryan and also Senator Hazel Thompson-Ahi, what will happen to this hybrid startup to the authority? Madam President, I have been, and I've mentioned in this chamber already, I have worked with a regional health authority where the startup had a mixture of public servants and regional health authority staff, and it was a nightmare for several years as we sought to get things right. My concern of having such an important sector of the Revenue Authority, staffed by public servants, managed by the Public Service Commission, with all the issues that have been mentioned already. I wouldn't go into them again. How would this fit as a startup? Are we setting up this authority for success? Is the question I will ask the Minister and also the Attorney General. Are we setting up the society for success, or are we starting something that is likely to run into problems, and we will not too long a time find that we're in the same situation where the kinds of issues we are facing now are also dealt with then? I think it was Senator C. Prasad, when she did her presentation, she talked about the systems that had to be put in place for this authority. Senator Dion Ryan also spoke about them. And if these systems are going to be put in place, as they must, in order for things to be very different, are we going to run into problems with the kinds of mixture that we have here? Madam President, I'm concerned about that. The Joint Select Committee, there was a lot of research done and mentioned in a report that talked about the revenue authorities that they had learned from, and they had guidance from the revenue authorities established in Botswana, Uganda, South Africa, Canada, Guyana, and Singapore, to name a few, from in their consideration. Madam President, the It was in a report of a report from Ernst & Young, the Services Limited. They commented a document entitled Focus on Trinidad and Tobago Budget 2021, where they said we should always bear in mind that despite the hopes of the government, a revenue authority is no quick fix or panacea to the country's tax administration problems. It is not a solution, but simply a tool to enable the government to better address specific problems. These problems have been identified, apparently, in many reports that have been stated both by the Minister of Finance and also the Minister of Public Administration, and in previous presentations to the Senate. These concerns have already been expressed. Again, I ask, the solution we are putting into place, will it work? Madam President, I endorse the statement completely made by the Ernst & Young as responsible persons within the lawmaking process. It is our duty to this country to make sure that we use every tool available for good governance in our nation, and also that there should not be delay. I do not want my words to be misconstrued and interpreted as encouragement for a rushed or haphazard approach, because I don't know that this is a rushed or haphazard approach. I do think, and I agree with Senator Mark when he talked about the fact that we did get from Friday, when the bill was laid, until Tuesday to start the debate. And the understanding at that point in time, there were only 2 areas that were new to the bill that we had before. But as I said earlier, what we have here is an entirely different bill, and the implications for putting this type of structure was very different from what we debated earlier, and as I said, I would have endorsed as a member of the Senate. We know that this bill, or the Revenue Authority, they've been trying to see, it has been, the discussions have been going on for more than a decade, and there have been lots of discussions in the public forum, etc. Madam President, I know that this is not rushed. However, I'm saying that this particular version of it, as to how it could be construed, as to how it could be rolled out, is of concern to me. The other clause I would like to mention, Madam President, because specifically as it relates to issues that have been identified already in other contributions, and well-known issues about corruption, etc., and mentioned by Senator Dionarine in her presentation, that it is one of the things that the authority, it is said that one of the things that the authority will be making sure that they deal with issues related to corruption. Madam President, if the authority does not have the ability to discipline, does not have the ability to ensure that the members of the staff that it is working within the authority, how would those things be dealt with? Will we have the same things like lack of oversight, late performance reviews, lack of disciplinary action, etc., as we have talked about before? Clause 38 of the bill mentions that a member or employee of the authority shall act honestly and in good faith with a view to the best interests of the authority. B, exercise the care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would exercise in comparable circumstances. Madam President, I note this clause in the bill. I cannot say that any of the bills that I have had to view before within the Senate has put issues here like honesty and in good faith. In other words, the issue of integrity is going to be key with this authority. And I must say, it says here, and I'm happy that it's here, But it says here, a member or employee of the authority shall. I would like to put it on record that it is not just a member of the authority. It has to come from the board of directors. It has to go down to the director general and the deputy director generals, because if we do not get this right with the quality of the people that are put to staff this authority, we are going to move from one state of disarray to another state of disarray. It was one of the previous presenters who talked about, I think it was Senator Thompson, and again, Senator Leida just now. We do have a crisis of trust in our leaders, and I think this is one of the big things that is happening here. In this debate that is going on right now, people do not trust the leaders in authority now, and therefore question marks are being put at every level. Anything that we try to do or it tries to be instituted, there are question marks. So you have the situation where the Revenue Authority is something that has been said to be required. And 3/5 majority is required, and it is put to the Senate and to the House. The bill is put there, and it is not agreed to. Then you go back and start to put it to make other recommendations, and here you're going to have a question again. When are we going to get it right, Madam President? Something has to be done, and I'm saying, and I'm suggesting, one of the big issues we have is an issue of the values we have in our people. Are we going to be happy with persons who are staffing this authority, who, again, are going to be questionable, as Senator Leida just put it. Already people have said that there's somebody waiting to go into the position of the board. These are things that we, as a people in Trinidad and Tobago, must say to our leaders. We cannot accept these. So if we are putting authority in place, and I am saying that I agree with authority, that we should have an authority, a revenue authority, it has to be set up on good footing. It has to be staffed by people. The values of the authority must be values that are going to take us further rather than taking us back. And Madam President, I'm saying it is not going to be an easy process, and I am just suggesting that that the minister makes sure that what is put as a foundation is put solidly so that we, at the end of the day, are going to see something that is much better. Madam President, I will say again, I've said it here before, I have seen members of the public service work very well when they are under good leadership. And they are, I quote again, the situation that we have here within the chamber, within the parliament. We see people working here with a work ethic that is exemplary, work anywhere in the world and will work well. Why is it therefore that we cannot get it right in other places? It is because of lack of leadership. And I'm suggesting that if this is going to work as an authority, as we're saying that we must put a reasonable framework in place, and it must be staffed by people who have the integrity and who put the value systems in place so that we are going to get something that is different. It should not be same old, same old. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Dialsing.
Madam President, thank you for allowing me to partake in this discussion today. Madam President, I had supported this bill when it came to the Senate a few months ago. because I see the need really for the government to have the finances to achieve its mandate. And more so now, we are in a more critical time in terms of the fact that our economic crisis has continued due to the COVID. And also, the fact remains that there are more unemployed persons, there are more social needs to be met in society. So moreover, we have now a critical need for government to be able to get resources. Members on the other side, and the government side, had mentioned, I think it was Senator West, that we have three options to get money. We can tax more, we can keep dipping into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, or we could take loans. Taking loans, to me, madam, would put further generations into a great distress. We may not be here, but our children, our grandchildren would have to pay. Not only loans, but I'm looking at the fact that you may have, if we are the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, thank God we are a country which we have that, and that should be maintained as much as possible. So the importance of getting revenue is something I agree with. The importance of having some sort of improvement in the way things are managed is something that I think we have no choice but to see if we can get it managed. You see, madam, I am a person, I love Trinidad and Tobago, and if you find that there are other countries who would have better protocols, better things in place to receive taxes, I am one who would say we have to reach that benchmark also. And I heard that our ease of doing business, we have a lot of answers for that. And I heard even the fact that when our tax gap, comparing to other countries, we have that problem where we are not getting the full benefits to the nation. I've heard they talk also about some persons, maybe some businesses, maybe, they would have that level of burden where if you are paying taxes, you are under that burden, and non-taxpayers would actually get away. So all those are inequalities we have to try and get at. So, madam, on the broad sense, I am thinking that, raising revenue is important, but I must say, madam, on my way here, I saw about 18 potholes from my home to my position here. We have heard persons talk about the poor services that they may be getting in certain institutions. So while raising taxes is important, we have to appreciate that we may need the service aspect of it to actually be on board. So property, we have taxes that are coming on board, probably property tax may be here soon. In this debate here, we have health surcharge, road tax, green tax, and persons are saying they are not getting that full value. So yes, I support the venture to get these taxes, but we have now to put a little burden on the government to say, listen, it's a social contract. I pay my taxes, you serve me better in terms of health, crime, cost of living, all of these things. So we need to get that service. Now, we have, madam, instances where, in this debate, I heard certain concerns coming out. One of the concerns I heard was the fact that could the minister have overreaching control in some of the clauses we get there. I heard a concern also that the fact is, besides ministers' overreach, the fact that the individuals who are in the present scheme of things in their respective customs department or in Board of Inland Revenue, they may be at a disadvantage when there's the movement to come to this new entity. However, I must say, I too belong to the Ministry of Health. And when we moved over from Ministry of Health to the regional health authorities, we had concerns. So when I looked in the clauses here that actually give a lot of details where persons, when they are coming over, there are certain ways that they can come. They can go into another department. They can have, equal status into this new authority. And so there are, in fact, a lot of positions people can maneuver in. And moving from the Ministry of Health, which we had actually security of tenure, because we were there, we hardly wouldn't be able to be fired. Coming over to the Regional Health Authority, I didn't see it really misused in the way that persons lost their jobs. However, I must say, if the reason for moving from the present scheme of things to go to the authority with the objection we are going to get better efficiency, we have to question this. Because even when we move from the Ministry of Health to the regional health authorities, if you ask patients now, there's still a waiting list for prostate surgery, cataract surgery, cardiac surgery. So there are still a lot of deficiencies, even though Minister Eckstein in his time thought this was a solution to get us to a better running system. So we have to see, are we going into an authority where we are hoping to get better system? And I heard some of my colleagues here mention that we have to change the ethos, we have to change the culture, we have to change the practice. But even in the Regional Health Authority, they have the 2-year contract, 3-year contract. So I'm comparing, would we really get that benefit? Now, the other, I also heard people mentioning the fact that probably government wants to decimate what's going on because they don't have control in terms of, people now coming up in the service hired by the Public Service Commission. So, you want some sort of ministerial control whereby they now would want to put certain persons on the top levels to counter the Public Service Commission's sort of recommendations. Okay, so if that is so, would that be true? Is it that our government wants to do that? But you see, I saw, Madam President, Guyana had an authority, Jamaica had the authority, other countries came on board with authority. So I'm thinking it has to be something with the efficiency, the efficient running of the civil service, the efficient running of what existed in those countries. And they saw the need to go to an authority. And it's not to say that they would have any ulterior motives. However, is it that there's a need? So there is a need for efficiency. I've seen other countries do it. But the other problem is there in this new bill before us, is there any sort of way that the government may exert his control? And this has been something that I've been hearing in the argument. So how could we somehow satisfy the persons who are making this claim? How could we satisfy them that, hey, we could level in something there, we could put something in there to somehow satisfy other persons that, we wouldn't have ministerial control. Madam, when I looked at the suggestions that we had before, and, some of the suggestions were simply that we allow the president of the country, Her Excellency, to have a say in the hiring of probably the top positions, probably the Deputy General, and also the chairman of the board. And I'm thinking it's a good suggestion. Because, you see, if we don't do this, if we don't make something different, we will always have that pointing fingers to say, listen, the minister got involved. So those are just two positions I'm looking at, Madam, that could be given to Her Excellency that could satisfy, because it's really the satisfaction of other persons. You see, so when I look at Part 3, and the Board of Management of the Authority, Section 7.2, I'm thinking the chairman could possibly be hired by Her Excellency, and also the Deputy General. That would kind of allay some fears. That could probably prevent any sort of problems later on. And also, it was mentioned here when I went down on the list, a chairman, a vice chairman, the PS, Director General, who shall be an ex officio member, a person appointed by the Tobago House of Assembly, an attorney at law, a chartered or certified accountant, and 2 other persons. I heard one of my members mention that the business community should also get involved there. And it's a good suggestion to have somebody from the business community. I think Senator Dearang mentioned that as somebody to give some insight, because the business people will know how things are run, how we could get the running of a department properly. And this board actually is really running the whole authority. But I also want to suggest, since I've heard the talk, the dialogue, that persons may be losing their rights when they're being transferred, and persons may come there and they would not have proper representation. probably we may have, right now, members are in unions in their respective customs department or in the Department of the Board of Inland Revenue. They would have representations for unions. So respectively, I'm suggesting probably one of that person there, person could be a union representative who would look after the runnings of that board if we will come across their rights, etc. Another thing which may be far-fetched is why not have the leader of the opposition who represents a lot of persons, almost the same amount of persons in the last election as the government got. The leader of the opposition may have a part, or we could change it in such a way that let her offer a name to come on board. So there will be less pointing fingers. There will be less chance for people to make allegations. Because, if you look at we are given the Tobago House of Assembly a person nominated. But the Tobago House of Assembly, or Tobago on its whole, has less persons that are under what I'm saying, who are probably loyal than the leader of the opposition. So probably we may have to think sometime in the future where putting that in would be good for two reasons. One, you'll be satisfying the concerns of the opposition. And two, if there's a change of government, you already have somebody there that may be knowing what's going on in the policy. My problem is this also. You see, as persons on the government side may say, if you have persons from the opposition there, there may be people who may somehow try to block your the proper running of things. You may have persons there who may try to, use their positions there to the advantage of the opposition. And that is true, but there are clear guidance here how we can, somehow discipline persons if we think that persons in any sort of position chosen by the leader of the opposition may be stepping out of bounds and getting involved in politics rather than getting involved in the running of the board. Madam, when I looked at the fact that, we have the opportunity to bring changes, I'm saying, is there a need? And there is a need, because right now, madam, in the United States Congress, there is a problem there where the President of the United States, Mr. Biden, was trying to get increased funding for the IRS. And there is a fact remain that, they were looking at getting $80 billion more. So even the IRS, which, we thought would have been, such a well-oiled machinery run properly, and you found that their departments would have been good, Uncle Sam would be coming for you. We found there is presently a deficiency. So he actually tried to see if he can get the Congress to give him like $80 billion. And it was really defeated by the Republican Party in July, where they were probably tax lobbyists, anti-tax lobbyists were behind them. And he really didn't get that through. But again, they are coming with this piece of legislation in the Parliament in United States, in the Congress, to try to see if somehow they can get the budgetary allowance for it. So the Congress Budget Office did recommend $80 billion. And there's an article I wish to quote, madam. It's on the 27th April 2021, Wall Street Journal, by Richard Rubin. Biden to seek $80 billion to bolster the IRS tax enforcement. So we are having problems here. They are having problems here. And it is, according to this article, if you put in $80 billion, they think they can get $700 billion. So it's the same discussion we have been having here. It's been having there in the leading democracy in the world. Madam, the other issue I have is the fact that if you are now getting involved in this piece of legislation here, the issue I had really was not so much the need for it. I see the need for it. I see the need to reduce that, the tax gap we have, to have that way where we can get monies to run things. I see the need to make a more efficient system. I realize that, that changes are needed. And changes are needed not here, but other countries, other Caribbean countries, they do that change. So I see nothing sinister in trying to get a change. I see, Madam, that the concerns that we had with the ministerial overreach, it could be addressed. I'm looking at the fact that we have to be cautious, though, that if we are now getting a better enforcement system, that we do not really tax out the small business and medium-sized business. But this, again, would be the policy the Minister of Finance has and given to the board, and he would be able to want to address that concerns, that policy, to see if, we would have to have some sort of buffer for persons who are there, because people are already suffering under this, this COVID economy, and the fact that, oil and gas, again, is not as good as before, our economy from that. So therefore, I am looking at whatever directives he gives, he would have to be cognizant of that, and I'm sure he would be cognizant of that effect, because the Minister of Social Services and Family Division would obviously be able to tell him the amount of persons in society who are seeking help. So therefore, that is one concern I have, that you would not have that level of taxation that certain businesses will continue folding. There's a study done in the United States, Madam President, where it showed there is an alliance between certain politicians and big companies. And that study actually was an ongoing study, and it mentioned that this causes a lot of discontent in that area. But remember, it's a capitalistic country, and they may have alliances there. So even though they have alliances here, we must look out for any sort of alliance that could occur here. So insulating from public insulated from interference, I think we have recommendations in place, and I'm hoping we can bring this on board. The fact is, when I looked at certain aspects of the bill, Mr. Vice President, I looked at there's a section here where it allows the authority to actually take part in its own sort of finances in terms of investments. And when I look at Clause 9, Section 5, it mentions here a contract between the authority and one or more members, or between the authority and another person, which is a member or director or an officer in the authority. It mentions here there are certain safeguards that, if you're going to do that, you have to look at that contract, and you have to have if a member has a direct or indirect interest, we have to look at the relationship that has gone on, the contract. And I'm suggesting that any sort of contracts like that, that the authority is going into, should be something that the public should have a sort of insight into, a sort of transparency. And I'm saying that we have to realize that if we are given the authority, the power to look for its own finances, the powers of the board to actually raise finances, we have to be careful. Because you see, part of it, Section 8 speaks on the finances, real property and other assets. That is Clause 8(1)(c), and also the securing of contracts, the procurements of goods and services, and other administrative abilities. So therefore, if you're going to have procurement of goods and services, I think we need a better oversight on that. Madam, we had other boards sometime overspending. Mr. Vice President, sorry. We had other boards overspending. We had other boards probably coming into the news recently where, persons claim, hey, they may not have had good fiscal management. So therefore, we have to be very cautious. We are now going to put another authority that may be somehow going into some sort of a venture, or might be in good faith, some sort of a venture. And by doing that, if it runs afoul of some economic factor that we can't foresee, they may be accused of somehow spending and wasting taxpayers' money. So I would like, the fact that we had, I like the fact that we had the Auditor General having an oversight. And Section 33 did speak on that, and the oversight part in it is something that I welcome. But there is a part here where it has mentioned that, they are not really subject to the Central Tenders Board. And I am looking at Section 28, Exemption from Central Tenders Board Act, where 28.1 says, subject to subsection 3, the authority in pursuance of its function is exempt from the Central Tenders Board Act. We may have the procurement legislation there. But what I'm saying is that, the greater oversight we have, I'm thinking all of those accusations about authorities overspending, buying things that they don't need. Even as I say, the regional health authorities bought some machines in Tobago where they don't have people to run it. So when you have questions like that, we need proper oversight once it's taxpayers' money. So I would like to see if somehow we can be satisfied that there would be some oversight in its spending. Now, another concern I have is the board shall, subject to the minister's approval, that is in 28.2, make rules relating to the award of tenders, contracts, and those rules shall govern the conduct of the award of tenders and related matters. I again wondering, why do we really need the authority to try to raise its own funds? Why can't it really look at the function that they have to do? And any sort of fundraising, let their monies that they get go into the exchequer and let the exchequer now take it. And if they need something, they approach the minister, say, we need a building, we need something, we need some sort of any other funding they may need, rather than them going in to be trying to get their own sort of business venture. I'm thinking having them in a business venture at this time, we should probably remove that from them. Don't give them that sort of authority to do that. Are they a business entity? If you look at would they have people to know what is a good financial risk to take? I don't know, but I'm thinking it is something I'm a bit concerned about. Another concern I have too is where you are in Section 29, the authority shall be exempt from all taxations of every kind, description, including customs, duties, corporation, value-added tax. Why? Why exempt them? They are let us say somebody there decides they want to buy some luxury car. Would it be exempted? Let's say they wanted to buy any sort of luxury items that persons may question. Why are they bringing it? Suppose they decide they want to begin Mercedes-Benz SUVs for the authority. No, let them pay their taxes as they're entitled to. So I'm also not in agreement with Section 29, and I'm also looking at the fact that Section 30 speaks on the strategic plan that they have to present every 3 years, and I think that's an excellent proposal because we really would need feedback. So Section 30, 1 to 5, actually speaks on the plans of operation and how to get it run efficiently. So I think that is a problem we have, that we are creating an authority, but will they be running efficiently as the, more efficient than what we have now? And this is something to keep that level of efficiency. We need oversight, and we need this oversight there. And I'm saying that not necessarily will it give us that level of comfort, because I remember when the VAT office came on board, it ran beautiful. And then afterwards, it started to decline. So new things, new staff may somehow have that drive, but after a while, you may find that they may come back to the norm. So if you don't get a cultural change throughout Trinidad and Tobago, a work ethic, to say this is how we have to do things, we may actually be going into a situation where next 5 years, next 10 years, we'll be coming back here again to see how could we...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. So, Madam, I think really, sir, I think we really need a cultural change, and in the workers are that person, but you have to have a cultural change in the country. I am thinking that we have to have the One section I was a bit concerned about is section 14, the functions of the Director General Enforcement Division, where the fact is, when I looked at section 14, part 3b, the authority now, the Director General should, you can hire other such employees of the authority as the board thinks fit. Now remember, we are here and talk about political patronage. We are here and talks about, they may fill it with only their supporters. So somehow we have to counter that some way. We have to have a more transparency into the hiring practice, so therefore we wouldn't have the same discourse, coming in our landscape saying that it was hired. So that aspect there, any sort of hiring practices, I think the public would need to know how it is, how they go about it. Another section, sir, is clause 15, when it speaks on 15.4, if the Director General or Deputy Director General resigns, etc., the minister could, is removed or vacates his office, a person shall be appointed to hold or act in the vacant office as soon as this is reasonably practical. I would have rather a timeline there. So whoever's in charge of those persons in would know we have a month, 2 months to fill that positions. Because if that is so, we would be running into the same way where it may be as the public service commissions, they may not be able to be, on top of things, of hiring persons. We may be falling into the same trap. So when I went through this bill also, I was also satisfied with the checks and balances that some of the checks and balances that occurred for the firing of the individuals. I was satisfied with the fact that you have individuals there that may not work, so you have to get them out of this scenario. So, sir, I would like to say that it's a pity that we had, we allowed the Public Service Commission not to actually have its full capacity to fill posts. I don't know why we need to look at that. There is a suggestion from a senator there that they have to be a Bill of Rights, but some countries they have something called a taxpayer union, which bring governments waste to the public notice. And also, citizens really should demand proper stewardship of government funds. And so in a sense, I want the government to raise the revenue. I have a hesitation how it came about this time. Because you see, sir, when you bring up, of course, this legislation and you basically take out the 3/5 majority, I think that goes against the spirit of our Constitution. Our Constitution is built in with checks and balances for all these, it's there. When Eric Williams and the other authors wrote it, they realized there may be abuse of power. And those things were in place. So I look at this and I'm disappointed that, instead of the government and the opposition sitting down and somehow coming to some sort of consensus, that it had to go the Surat way. And I think Surat, is probably a way government may have to use to get things done. But I say Surat has, in my opinion, brought an injustice to our Constitution, in the sense that the spirit of the Constitution, somehow people could use that Surat judgment to erode the spirit of our Constitution. So I may say, if I vote against this or abstain from this, it's not so much of the revenue collection or the authority, but it may be my objection to the Surat judgment being used in cases like that, which disseminates the opposition, disseminates the independent senator's opinion too. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to speak on this bill, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021. Mr. Vice President, this bill has 35 clauses, and I intend to speak on maybe 4 or 5 clauses in particular. I listened to my colleagues on the opposition bench, and a lot of attention was paid to the role of the minister and some fallacies from my friends on the other side in relation to the role of the minister, the board and the composition of the board and selection of the board, the purpose and functions of the TTRA, which is under Clause 6 of the bill, the staffing, in particular Clause 13. And Mr. Vice President, it is very important that we understand some of what my friends have said in relation to the bill. I've said it before, that there is a trend amongst the opposition to talk about this thing that Senator Mark describes as the creeping dictatorship, to talk about ministerial overreach and ministers wanting to grab power grab. I haven't heard my friend Senator Nakid as yet. I could imagine the fallacies and fantasies he's going to give us when his time comes. But I want to address this issue of ministerial power. And my friends have very short memories. There's an expression we use in this country called do so, do like so. So I'm going to take us down memory lane. Because Bob Marley also said if you don't know your past, you wouldn't know much about where you are now and where you're going. So on this issue of ministerial power, you see, the argument has been made that this TTRA bill takes power away from somebody who has it now and puts it in the hands of a minister in a way that is capricious. And I want to remind my friends of two examples where the argument is just a waste of time and a waste of parliamentary time. I want to go back to the then Minister Fuad Khan, who brought a bill to the Parliament called an Act to establish the National Health Services Accreditation Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And that was number 7 of 2013. And I want to make 2 points in relation to this bill, and I want you to pay more careful attention to my second point than to my first. But this bill, like so many others, follow a template that has been used over and over in the creation of authorities in this country. And all these bills have 5 things in particular. I'm using this one just as an example, just to jog your memories. I don't know if you remember that Fuad Khan is a UNC. I know sometimes he does not behave like one. But he was a UNC minister when he brought this bill. And the 5 areas that are traditional in these bills are the role of the minister, the appointment of the board, the power of the particular agency or authority, the regulatory power of that authority or agency, and something that you seem to make a lot of weather of even today, and that is the regulatory making power of the minister. In all these bills, there is reserved unto the minister a regulatory making power that is nothing new. And in this bill, take you very quickly, Clause 3, the minister is defined as the Minister of Health, as the minister is defined in the TTRA bill. In Clause 6, the board is a 7-member board. And of those 7 members, the minister has a discretion in relation to 3 of the 7. 3 are public officers, and 1 is selected by the RHA, by the THA, sorry. That is similar to what we have now in the TTRA. In Clause 6.2, you see the power, and the power is to conduct and advise on the accreditation of healthcare facilities. You see in Clause 7 that this authority is a regulatory authority, and in particular, one at 7C of that bill, one which confers accreditation status on healthcare facilities. And down at the end, Clause 29, you see the standard regulatory making power. The minister may make regulations to give effect to the purpose of this act. So when you look at this, a UNC bill brought in 2013 with the same 5 characteristics of the TTRA that is before you now, you realize that the structure of that, our bill, TTRA bill, is no different. And what you have done is you've abused the parliamentary time by bringing these arguments that really could hold no water. But I want to tell you about the second part of this bill. You see, I listened to all of you on the opposition bench. You called it the Imbert Revenue Authority. You cast a lot of aspersions on my colleague about wanting to grab power and overreach and so on. But I'll tell you where your attention should really have been. Because the second point I want to make in relation to that bill brought by MP and Minister Khan, the National Health Services Accreditation Authority of Trinidad and Tobago bill. The second point I want to make is this. This bill was laid in the House, and the second reading of the bill was on April 19, 2013. April 19. And I went through the Hansard. And I want to tell you this. As you make these allegations against the government as a whole, I want to tell you this. At no point in piloting that bill, Minister Fuad Khan, as he then was, declared a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest. You see, it is a matter of public record that Fuad Khan has been a shareholder of the St. Augustine Private Hospital for a while. And I didn't need to go far to confirm that. I know that. But if I wanted confirmation, it came from Fuad Khan himself. You see, in 2017, my colleague Terry Dayal Singh, the Minister of Health, made a statement in the Parliament about someone who was not named. And Mr. Khan, Fuad Khan, felt the need to do a video and to put it out in public, saying that he was the shareholder of a health institution that Mr. Dayal Singh was referring to. And he made it clear in that video that he was a shareholder of St. Augustine Private Hospital. And I know I want to also refresh your memory. There was a time in Mr. Khan's stint as Minister of Health, it was discovered that he was still in private practice. And the Prime Minister at the time, Ms. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, made it known publicly that he needed to stop his private practice. And around that time, Mr. Khan talked about putting his shares in a blind trust and so on. But whether he put it in a blind trust or what he did with his shares, the fact is that when Khan piloted that bill in the House on the 19th of April 2013, he had a vested interest in that bill. He had a conflict of interest because he, as a shareholder, whether in blind trust or not, was piloting a bill to confer accreditation on health facilities that was competing with his private interests. And none of you, nobody in this country to this day, felt the need to point out that glaring conflict or potential conflict of interest. And the UNC comes in the debate on this bill with fallacies, not pointing to any real or potential conflict of interest of the Minister of Finance, not saying to anybody in the government on this bench or elsewhere where this fear arises and what you have put in the public mind that there's something that the PNM is up to. But I want to tell you something. What Minister Khan said later in piloting his bill is very interesting, because he credited the same Minister of Finance today, then Minister Fuad Khan, thanked the member for Diego Martin Northeast for laying the foundation for the bill he was piloting that day. That is the standard of the PNM, that a UNC minister could thank one of us for giving life to the bill he was piloting. And today you come with the most fallacious argument to strike fear in the people's heart, to reject something that this country has needed for more than 30 years. And I want to take you down memory lane again on this argument about ministerial power. In 2014, on 13 June 2014, then Minister of National Security, Gary Griffith, the current Acting Commissioner of Police, piloted a bill called the Trinidad and Tobago Cyber Security Agency Bill 2014. And the bill had the exact same structure of the one piloted by then Minister Fuad Khan and the one before you today. The same structure. A minister being responsible, a board being appointed by the minister, powers set out in the legislation, the same provision that appears in the TTRA that the minister will give general directions. The power to make regulations, in this case in Clause 26 of the Trinidad and Tobago Cyber Security Agency Bill, the same regulatory making powers of the minister in Clause 26. But I also, as I did with the bill piloted by Minister Fuad Khan, I also want to point out something to you. In this bill, which was meant to establish a cybersecurity agency, and rightfully so, there were two things. In this agency, the power of this agency was a power that was a national, this was national. This agency was getting involved in national security matters. This agency was going to be the contact point on national security matters, in particular cybersecurity. And you, the UNC, had no problem. When you look at the board, the agency, Clause 6 of that bill, the agency shall be managed by a board appointed by the minister. And of the 7 members of that board, the minister had complete discretion in 5. The only 2 were the ones drawn from the Ministry with responsibility for national security and the Ministry with responsibility for science and technology, but 5 out of 7. So if a minister, in that case the Minister of National Security, wanted to be involved on a day-to-day basis and wanted to control a significant part of the national security apparatus, why weren't you alert as the UNC, as the government then, that a bill of this nature, why weren't you afraid? Why weren't you striking fears in the minds of the population? Because you want it for yourself. When you are in government, you want what is right for yourself. But when you are in opposition, you are so sour that you become destructive and destructive to even the things that are meaningful to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm here to dismiss you and to dismiss the foolishness that you have spent your time peddling. Because you have done the same, because you understand the country that you live in, and I'll tell you the background to the TTRA using your own words. But I want to tell you something most important about this bill piloted at that time by Minister Griffith. At no point in piloting this bill, this cybersecurity agency bill, did the Minister of National Security say to anybody anything about the cyber unit which existed in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service at the time. This is a bill which was taken a section that belonged in the police service and putting it into an agency in respect of which the majority of the board members were appointed by the minister, and giving it an important piece of national security to control, and specifying in the legislation that the agency will advise the minister as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Why didn't you have fear? If this bill was before me today as a legislator for debate, I would have frowned on that. I would have had a problem with that. I would have been thinking, as a citizen of this country, that you are reaching into the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, removing things that are to be managed by that police service, putting it in an agency in which the minister has a direct control. I would have said that. And when I had said that on this bill, I would have backed it up by the evidence that is before me. But you could put this forward, not even acknowledge the potential for conflict and the potential issues you're creating and the executive crossing into the police powers. You could put that then and not have a problem with it, but have a problem with an authority that is our best hope in this country. Our second best hope, I should tell you. Our best hope was the bill that was passed with a special majority here, which you refused to support in the House. That was our best hope. But this is our second best hope, and you are prepared to contradict your own self in defense of foolishness. And what is the purpose of the TTRA bill? What is the purpose of the bill? Apparently, you in the UNC don't know the purpose of it. So let me use your Minister of Finance to remind you. Because Larry Hawaii, when he was Minister of Finance, there is no speech that he gave that is more comprehensive than the one he gave on 26 July 2013 at an Employers Consultative Association breakfast meeting. And I didn't have to go far or do any hard work. I once chaired that organization and spent a long time on the board. And when Hawaii spoke at the breakfast meeting, I was very familiar with what Larry Hawaii said. And when I listened to you, I realized that you don't even listen to your own people. You don't listen to your own people. Because in that speech, Hawaii spoke the language that in this House, the government has spoken. The only difference is that Hawaii did not have the temerity to bring what had to be brought in the manner we have done on 2 occasions. Hawaii spoke about critical reforms, the regulatory framework, the macroeconomic challenges, the plan going forward, and he talked about revenue reform, rationalization of the current expenditure pattern. You know what he meant by that in those big words? Cutting waste and corruption. He spoke about policy direction, tackling the subsidies and transfers. He spoke about the work going on at the time by international tax consultants, the need for reforms in tax compliance, and he said the reform will focus on inland revenue and customs. You want to know the justification? You want to know the purpose of the TTRA? The purpose of the TTRA is all those things in 2013. Larry Hawaii, as your Minister of Finance, completely acknowledged. Because when you go through the speech, Hawaii knew the state of the country's economy in 2013. He spoke firstly about the demonstrated commitment of that government to strengthening the domestic climate. He said, my vision is the strengthening of the regulatory framework. That is what we're trying to do today, relating to the financial services sector. He spoke about the macroeconomic challenge. 2013, when you were about to unravel or unfold or unleash the biggest set of spending and wastage in the country, you're about to do that. Hawaii was talking about the risk to the growth prospects in Trinidad and Tobago of the subdued growth outlook for the global economy. Hawaii saw it coming and did nothing about it. You did nothing about it. On the issue of plans, he talked about revenue reforms, as I said. He talked about the directions, policy directions going forward. He says the ministry is reviewing all transfers and subsidies available under the various social programs, something we had to come and do. Gate, gas subsidy, everything we had to contract. So why in 2013 was signaling the need to do that, and you did the opposite. He spoke about the gradual alteration of the impact of subsidies and transfers, and did not do it except for one change on the fuel subsidy that everybody agreed at the time was not going to have the impact. He said the government is reviewing the recommendations of an international team of consultants on tax policy measures. 2013, UNC government reviewing. And from 2015 to the overtime 3 months they went into in 2015, absolutely nothing resembling reform on tax, BIR, customs, or anything relating to putting in controls, regulating, plugging the holes, stopping the wastage, absolutely none of that. Hawaii said specifically, in seeking to raise revenue through significant reforms in tax compliance and administration, what do you think the TTRA is about? You want to live under a rock? When we were dealing with the gambling, it's the same thing I told you. Every child walking in a parlor or walking towards a parlor in this country, know you could play way all over the place. Bar, grocery, cafe. And you could not support gambling legislation. You could not support the reform of the sector as part of dealing with our revenue, dealing with the leakage, dealing with compliance, dealing with money laundering. This bill before you is what Hawaii was telling you in 2013. Significant reforms in tax compliance and administration. This is not the Minister of Finance in our administration. This is yours. And you had no strength of character or will. You spent the next 2 years giving away freely and trying to make yourself more popular. And when we do the contractions, when we deal with the CPEP and when we deal with the things, imagine you were showing profitability in Petrotrin solely on account of interfering with the books. Shamelessly, and waged war on us when we were doing the only thing we could possibly do. Because I asked you over and over, in the numerous debates on Petrotrin, I asked you the same question over and over. When that first bullet payment becomes due, bullet payment in the tune of billions, what was your plan? And you never answered me. You never answered me. And towards the end of the speech, Hawaii says this, and I'll quote it for you, I'll read it for you. He says, I quote, reforms will focus on bringing the staff of the Inland Revenue and Custom Division up to full strength and strengthening the coordination between the two agencies. To this end, a group of international consultants is currently examining the operations of both BIR and Customs and Excise with a view to making recommendations for greater operational interaction between the two revenue agencies. And with full knowledge of that, you did absolutely nothing because you were afraid. Just as you're afraid of FATCA, just as you're afraid of whistleblower, you're afraid of firearms legislation, you're afraid of bail bill, you're afraid of witness anonymity, you're afraid anti-gang, you're afraid trial without jury. You are afraid of the same thing.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
The same thing that you advocate in ballroom, hall room, platform, parliament. You're afraid of the same thing that you tell this country you need, but we are not afraid. We are prepared under the leadership of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley. We are prepared to do what we have to do and face the consequences. And we know what it is like. And we know what it is like for the country to stand before us, with us, because we won an election in 2020 fair and square. And at the end of that speech, Howard said, we acknowledge the problems with VAT. And you never address the VAT. But what you address is saying all the wrong things when we were faced with the bill of refunds for the VAT, just as we had to face. Because in this speech, Hawaii boasted about settling 66 collective agreements, but never said that he was leaving $1 billion debt that we had to fund out of revenues to the tune of $5 billion when we came in 2015. I don't have time to go through word by word for page by page. Hawaii was speaking at that time, before the 2013 budget. And in the 2013 budget, when he delivered it, Pricewaterhouse will issue its usual budget memorandum, 2013 memorandum, where it pointed out the failure to address in the budget the issues of VAT administration, subsidies, property tax, and finally, tax administration reform. So I say this to you. The justification for this bill is this. I went back to Anand Ramlogan when he was Attorney General, his maiden speech in the House, December 1st, 2020, on the anti-gang legislation. And this was his justification for that anti-gang legislation, and I quote, the legislation is designed to target the rude boys and bad boys. The rude boys and bad boys who are so caught up and consumed with the bling culture that when you see Christmas coming up, and you see a concert coming up, there is bound to be a spike in crime. But I want to say to you today, UNC, in the words of Anand Ramlogan, we are targeting the rude boys and the bad boys. The rude boys and the bad boys, the rude girls and the bad girls, who are involved in tax evasion, VAT corruption, customs corruption, and BIR corruption. Because it's not only concert, it is not only for concert and Christmas crime is committed. Year-round, some of you and your friends commit crime, what we call white-collar crime. And you are afraid of anything that deals with that. Anything, follow the money, FATCA, whistleblower, anti-gang, firearms, gambling, bail, you're afraid of it. And I will end by telling you this because you talk about capricious. Stealth and capriciousness did not bring us back to this Senate a second time. Your attitude, your fear, and your consistency in never supporting anything that is in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago is what brought us here with a simple majority bill for the sake of this country. Thank you very much.
Senator
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to address this august chamber, and coming after a very impassioned and typically vacuous submission from the Minister of Agriculture. I'm not surprised. He reminds me of a boxer who has fought 40 times in a ring and lost all. Shows potential, but can never deliver a knockout punch. So he talked about fallacies, and he talked about a health bill by Fuad Khan and a whole host of other issues, but never addressed the bill as to why and how he could defend what is essentially the indefensible. And that is as far as I have seen, and I'm wrapping up for my colleagues, this is a bill that essentially is about defending the indefensible. And we have a saint from the Arabian Peninsula, Mr. Vice President, called Imam Ali ibn Abu Talib. When he was asked, how do you defend the indefensible? And he said, you have to look at most dichotomies, most disagreements, most dilemmas. Most of them can simply be put into the columns of right and wrong, except those of an esoteric nature. End of quote. And this bill falls squarely into one of those columns. And this bill is wrong. The legislation is wrong, the language is wrong, the intent is wrong. And let's go into that a little bit. My colleagues dealt with a lot of the clauses that gives extraordinary power to the Minister of Finance. Extraordinary power. They never addressed that. None of them. They skirted it, talk about it was structured like the health bill, as our colleague just submitted. But matters of finance and matters of health, we know are like apples and oranges. We know that's clear. So obviously he was being very duplicitous. You're talking about actual money that you have to deal with, account for, with a whole host of clauses. So I wouldn't dwell too much on the Ministerial of Agriculture's submission, just to let him know that bills, words, they are guidelines. But policy implementation is where the PNM has been an abysmal failure. We've had 49 years of governance of the PNM, and all of this that they talk about right now, all of this they talk about the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise, like if somehow the corruption, the incompetencies, the inefficiencies, the squandermania in those just appeared out of nowhere. And that is one of the greatest deceptions that the devil does. My grandfather used to tell me, the devil that's his greatest deception. He will make you feel he doesn't exist. And that is the PNM. So all of this squandermania and wastage, inefficiency, incompetencies from BIR and customer, that appeared magically. Poof. PNM had nothing to do with that. Who are they fooling? The people of Trinidad and Tobago, they have woken up from their self-induced spell. You all are primarily responsible for the squandermania and wastage that we see now in the BNR and the Customs and Excise. You all! Don't come here and play shouting, Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, that is not you. You yourself admitted here you're not the best and brightest in one of your submissions. That should have been the end of your submission right there, because you clearly show that every time you speak.
Mr. Vice President, on a point of order, the member is imputing improper motives against the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Okay, so member, just in terms of the language in relation to a member, based on what you just said, just temper it a bit. Continue.
Mr. Vice President, I imputed no improper motives at all. As a matter of fact, I've stated before I have quite a lot of respect for him, but clearly not for his intelligence. So, Mr. Vice President, he also said that we referred to this bill as the Inbirth Revenue Authority Bill. But that is exactly what the clauses we have here, 7, 4, 9, 9, 5, all of them that my colleagues went through, and some on the independent side, they went through those as well. If it gives the Minister of Finance these unchecked powers, we have to call it out. And then you have to tell us, because this is a debate, why this is not so. None of them have done that. None of them. All they have come and talk about is what happened in 2013 and what they intend to do, and we shouldn't make conspiracy theories. But we are pointing out to you in clauses right before us, in your own language legislated by your own Attorney General, that these clauses give him unchecked powers. Tell us why it does not. We should believe so on your say-so. You have been saying so for 49 years. 49 years, and we have reached this point because of your inept governance. So when we talk about, okay, we don't refer to it. We'll call it this Revenue Authority Bill. We'll call it like the people on the street call it, Mr. Vice President. You know what they say? The people on the street? This is a new DSS. Yeah, this is the government DSS. They don't know how the money coming in and where it's going. They don't know what they will do with it. That's what the people on the street saying. And they're saying the D stand for Dwen. So there's the Dwen Susu. And why? Because a Dwen is a folkloric creature that we have in our culture, Mr. Vice President. You know that? He just come in the night and take whatever you work hard for, just take it and go with it. So, Mr. Vice President, I dealt with the worst first, which was the submission of the Minister of Agriculture. We take a look at Minister of Trade. What she said. She said, no worry about the workers. Didn't tell us how. Said the workers don't have nothing to worry about. She said, clearly no guarantees in this proposal of what will happen. But then we have to remind them, if they want to go down memory lane, Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, we can take a look at Petrochin. 11,000 workers approximately sent home on a lie. I'm not telling you all something, making up something. This is documented. 11,000 workers sent home on a lie. You want the country to fall for another lie? That we should trust you all? That is not how it works in the parliament. You have to bring ironclad legislation for us to agree with you. And hopefully for the independent to agree with you all as well. Don't think for 1 second that every citizen is Ansel Roger, that they kick around like a football and tell him anything and promise him. No, we are not. You'll have to account to us. We are the official opposition of this country. I mean, him our political leader in that other place. Should have give all a buff. She said, if you don't know the law, don't speak about the law. Should have tell all of that. I'd come back and do the same thing here. If all they don't know the thing, stop speaking about it. Don't come and tell us we should believe you because you say so, and we bring this before. And that is not how legislation is passed. Let us know how this legislation provides checks on the Minister of Finance. Not one of you all have done that. Not one. Let me give you all a little tidbit of advice. You're all here for 49 years. Why are you all intent on bringing in a whole new authority? Has there been a cost-benefit analysis done? I heard someone made mention on the Independence about it. I think it was Senator Dionarine. She spoke about that. So when she spoke about that, I said, what? That is something? So I went quickly and did a little research. You know what were the first touted figures? Because the senator didn't seem to have figures. The first touted figures back in 2011 was then a man called Mariano Brown, or Karen Teixeira. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you know. And the figure touted to establish a brand new authority was $350 million in 2011. What would that cost be now? 600 million? 700 million? Where you all getting that money from? You all just squander 500 million in NGC and a 200 million that just come out, 700 million already. Now you're looking to find maybe 500, 600, 700 million. God knows how much with the PNM. To make a new authority and tell us, trust you and believe you? What world you all living in? You all can't even give, this Minister of Finance can't even dispense proper social relief grants, salary relief grants. He cannot help the small and medium enterprises to get back on their feet. He cannot. And you want to go what? And spend 500, 600 million on establishing a new authority. What does it matter with you all? As our political leader of the opposition said, if you do not know the thing, stay away from it. Why all you want to come and make an authority that has no accounting for, no checks and balances in place, given a Minister of Finance who has not developed any income stream, who has a serious fiscal deficit in the non-energy sector, hasn't been able to do anything to create employment. And you are telling us now, trust you, with the Revenue Authority, he could go and invest that how he want, he could borrow what he want, no limits on how much he could borrow. All you're mad! No. So all they could come with all the impassioned speeches and talk about Fuad Khan and Lahio. Why? Let us know in this bill how you are going to account to the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Don't come and tell us, trust a Minister of Finance, who education is in economics is purely 101. A complete failure. Mr. Vice President, so I looked through a lot of the clauses as did my colleagues. And then I found one that no one addressed. And this is, I think it's 7.4. 7.4. Yes, 7.4. A person other than the permanent secretary and the director general appointed under subsection 2 is disqualified from appointment as a member if he, and they go on about what disqualifies that person. But the devil is in the details, Mr. Vice President, because already the permanent secretary has gone through these scrutinies to be permanent secretary. So they have actually included that as a disguise to suggest is not only director general who will be excluded from this disqualification, this criteria. A person other than the permanent secretary. No, once it's a permanent secretary, they have had that scrutiny. So in reality, what they actually mean is a person who is director general only, meaning what? He is not subject to all of these disqualifications. He's not. In other words, He could be a bankrupt, a convicted fraudster, all of that. And he can still be appointed Director General on the whim and fancy of the Minister of Finance. Utter madness. They like to quote Denmark. Show me one place, one clause in Denmark's legislation when a convicted fraudster or a bankrupt from any of the Scandinavian countries that they quoted, that he could become a Director General of such an authority. Not one. So when you're quoting, be careful how you're quoting. Don't try and sneak in that here, in that legislation. But given the legal luminaries we have on that side, no wonder. Show me, I looked again, and I said, these conflicted interests. I'll show you where. In clause 9.5, it reeks of possible nepotism. If you want to be on the board, then you have to make the sacrifice that you should not benefit, and your business interests should not benefit. As we say in the Middle East, kaza, 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 and they talk about that. It's laughable in the extreme. It seems as though this government, they want to rewrite the law as it relates to conflict of interest and recusal. It seems that the new norm, the new ethos of this government is to almost legalize nepotism. So from 1 and 3 Alexander Place to where? To what? Where you want to go? Where you want to go? People struggling. 4,000, admittedly, from this Minister of Finance, given grants, out of 24,000. Has that situation improved? Where you want to go and spend millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to establish it? Why this PNM government is obsessed with building things instead of fixing things? You know why? Not much possibility of malfeasance in fixing things. That requires work. That requires intellectual capacity. That requires a certain moral compass. And only come by me with accusations of corruption. Come by me with that. I could talk to all you about it. All of you on that side. Because when I look at the black communities up the East-West Corridor, what have you all done for them in 49 years? What have you all done for them in 49 years? Not one thing. Not one new initiative. All those communities suffering until now under you all. And you all want to come here and pontificate? The Minister of Agriculture, I'm feeling sorry for him. Pontificating about us. Communities under your direct representation for 49 years. In a pandemic, you have done nothing for them. But licks on upon licks up for them. And all they want to come and talk. Mr. Vice President, the sad thing, when you look at clause 9.5, is this eviscerating specifically of the Central Tenders Board, coupled with the emasculation of the procurement legislation. This new paradigm is anathema when done by others, similar to what the Minister of Agriculture said, but perfectly moral when this government does it. They see no problem with that. Emasculate the procurement legislation, eviscerate the Central Tenders Board. No problem. Makes me ask, if this was attempted by the UNC, where's the Transparency International? Missing. Gone missing to pronounce on all of these conflicts of interest that this government brings to the fore. Shame. Shame. So, Mr. Vice President, I purposely did not go into too much repetition because I wanted to try and raise the awareness of our colleagues also on the independent bench. That is extremely important to exhibit some kind of, if not moral fortitude, at least some political courage. Because to try and pass this with only a simple majority is political cowardice. Let's call it what it is. It's political cowardice. If they felt any justification, any courage of conviction, they would have kept it a 3/5. And they would have brought some robust legislation that we could debate and possibly find some redemptive quality about this government. We have seen none of that. So, I hope our pleas, our submissions will find some resonance with those people who have some measure or some moral compass that guides north, and the potential for abuse by this bill is absolutely, absolutely incredible. You cannot, as a country who talks about transparency or wanting to improve the ease of doing business, so I heard that's now extinct, but of doing business properly, of cutting corruption, put all this authority in the hand of a man who's politically guided. It's absolute nonsense. And they know that. So that's why all of their submissions have never really touched on the bill and the reining in of that. So again, I hope that the people who will vote on this bill will not allow this government to create, through this revenue authority, a parallel fiscal economy, because that's what this will be, without checks and balances. And we know this is a government who like to talk about parallel, and we saw how that went with the parallel healthcare system, abject failure, abject failure. So my cries and my pleas, I am not naive in that respect. I am sure that no one on that side can be convinced of their own ineptitude. So my cries are for the independents to not allow these kind of economic powers to go unchecked. Certainly not in the hands of a man who has demonstrated no aptitude for the job, in my opinion, and respectfully so. So I would like just to put, finally, a quote by Walter Block. Walter Block wrote a book that was translated into 10 different languages. And it was called Defending the Undefendable. He didn't say indefensible, he said undefendable. And it was part satire, but a very, very introspective, a very, very nuanced perspective on how do you defend the undefendable, which is this bill. And what he did, finally, he said, those who seek to defend what is basically undefendable or indefensible can be put in different categories. And those categories were pimps and prostitutes, scabs, slumlords, dictators, misers, price gougers. Those are the people you will find who will defend the indefensible. And I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Timal.
I thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to the bill that is before this Senate. For what we have before us in this August Senate for consideration is the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021, which comes after the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2019, which was passed in this Senate at the end of April by a 3/5 majority, but subsequently failed to get the required 3/5 majority in the House of Representatives due to the lack of support from the opposition members. Mr. Vice President, in piloting this bill, the Honorable Minister of Finance was kind enough to outline the rather tortured route that the respective bills regarding the establishment of a revenue authority have had over almost a 10-year period. However, an examination of this 2021 bill reveals certain additional major changes or additions or amendments to the 2019 bill, which I would like to briefly summarize, and at the end of which I would tie it into the point that I would be making. Under the interpretation chapeau, it starts on page 7, definitions for customs law, enforcement division, and excise act have been added. Clause 13.1 has been changed to allow for the introduction of a Deputy Director General of Enforcement who would be a public servant and would be head of the Enforcement Division. Clause 13.4 places the Deputy Director General of Enforcement outside the terms of appointment of 5 years, whereas Clause 13.5 allows for the salary, allowances, and terms and conditions of the service of the Deputy Director General of Enforcement to be under the remit of the Salaries Review Commission. Clause 14.16 allows for enforcement of revenue laws by means of civil proceedings by the Director General. Clause 14.2 gives the responsibilities of the Deputy Director General of Enforcement. Clause 14.3 deals with how the Enforcement Division shall be constituted. Clause 14.4 places the appointment, transfer, removal, and disciplinary control of the Deputy Director General of Enforcement and public servants in the Enforcement Division under the Public Service Commission. Clause 14.5 C and D deals with the general and policy directions for the Deputy Director General of Enforcement and the lines of communications for such. Whereas Clause 18.2c deals with the option to transfer public officers to the Enforcement Division by the Public Service Commission. We see Clause 23.4 allowing for salaries and allowances of public officers in the Enforcement Division to be charged under the Consolidated Fund. And Clause 41 allows for reference in any written law to the Commissioner of the Board of Inland Revenue or Comptroller of Customs and Excise to be considered as reference to the Deputy Director General of Enforcement in the case of enforcement of custom laws, the Excise Act, or other revenue laws, and to the Director General in the case of enforcement of revenue laws by incurring civil proceedings. The schedule, as compared to the 2019 bill, allows for an extensive revision of the listing given in the 2019 bill of the revenue laws, which according to the provisions could now come under the enforcement of the Director General through civil proceedings as stated in Clause 14.16. Mr. President, I have gone to some length to summarize what appears to be the major changes to the 2019 bill and all other aspects of this 2021 bill before us appears to remain the same as the previous 2019 bill. In the bill before us, the preamble and clause 2 of the 2019 bill, which addressed inconsistency with sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution, has been removed. As a result, we have been informed in this Senate during this debate by some of the honorable government senators that a 3/5 majority is no longer required. And I ask the question, in light of the changes that I took the trouble to summarize, what is there due to these changes that exonerates this 2021 bill from requiring a 3/5 majority vote? I would like to return to clauses 14.1 and 14.2b, which deals with the responsibilities of the Director General and the Deputy Director General of Enforcement. And it should be noted here that in clause 14.2b also gives the Deputy Director General of Enforcement with responsibilities with regards to the enforcement of custom laws, the Excise Act, or other revenue laws, whereas clause 14.16, which also appears to give this responsibility for the enforcement of revenue laws to the Director General. And I ask the question, hopefully to be answered, who will have, under this legislation, who would have the primary legislative responsibility for the enforcement of revenue laws? Would it be the Director General or the Deputy Director General of Enforcement? I would also like to return to clause 14.5. Clause 14.5c states that the Deputy Director General Enforcement shall be subject to the general direction of the board as communicated to him by the Director General. And clause 14.5d states that the Deputy Director General of Enforcement is subject to the general policy directions of the Minister, which is communicated to him via the Director General. The question is asked, will this not create a management conundrum where directions are issued by one party to another, but the party in question is accountable to a separate entity, in this case, the Public Services Commission? Mr. Vice President, this is exactly the management nightmare that stifles the efficient functioning of the public service. And what measures are there if the Deputy Director General of Enforcement refuses to follow the directions of the board and the Minister, and the tedious and lengthy process to remove, transfer, or discipline the incumbent must go through the Public Services Commission? Then we are back into the same situation that we are trying to avoid by the formation of this authority. Consider the impact this would have on the efficient functioning of the proposed authority, for we seem to be transferring an inherent problem into a brand new authority. In other words, this is not change, but it appears to be exchange. Particularly when the enforcement division within the Board of Inland Revenue is one of the areas of the Board of Inland Revenue that is probably the most corrupt that we are trying to change with this new authority. Mr. Vice President, these points signal my overall concern about the hybrid model for the intended authority and the inherent management challenges that this would entail. Why are we engaging in setting up a revenue authority on such a model in which there is an administrative separation between the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, the Enforcement Division, and then the other operations of the proposed authority? I ask, is this necessary in order to circumvent the need for the 3/5 majority vote? And is the resulting compromise worth it? Mr. Vice President, our nation is in a position of what I refer to as legislative paralysis, or legislative gridlock, or legislative lockdown when it comes to passing legislation that requires a 3/5 majority. The opposition has adopted a position of not supporting such bills, and thus the government has resorted to withdrawing such bills and representing them in modified incarnations that we advise negates the need for the 3/5 majority. The opposition has stated on many occasions that they intend to take up the constitutionality of this bill and similar bills in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and if necessary, all the way up to the Privy Council. Mr. Vice President, no disrespect to the Lord Attorney General, but this Senate has not been provided with the benefit of any written legal opinion regarding the shift in this constitutional requirement. The government has chosen not to present written opinions from constitutional experts or senior counsel to the Senate, or to actively seek the engagement of stakeholders, such as the Law Association and others, as far as I'm aware. With such an approach, Mr. Vice President, we run the risk of legislation that could possibly hamper the establishment and growth of the very institutions and bodies that we are seeking to establish, to repurpose, or to rehabilitate for the national good, as we see here in this instance, with a hybrid model being proposed for the Revenue Authority. It is understandable that the government may think it is caught between a rock and a hard place, since there is no seemingly available other option to take other than revising legislation such that it does not need the 3/5 majority. But at the same time, legislation requiring 3/5 majority has been deliberately enshrined in the Constitution for the specific reasons of ensuring certain citizens' rights and to safeguard the spirit of democracy. It may also be understandable that the opposition may choose to defend their position through the judicial system in what they see as their only option, possibly, in this impasse. It seems as though we have entered into an era of legislative gymnastics. With a predominantly two-party political system, with the two exceptions of the NAR government of the period 1986 to 1991, and the PP government from the period 2010 to 2015, historically, we have seen governments change based on slim majorities. Thus, a sobering reality is that this legislative gridlock could last for quite some time into the future if there are no changes to the current position of both parties. At the risk of sounding politically naive, Mr. Vice President, if there is not a spirit of responsibility amongst all to explore and identify workable mechanisms for the breaking of this legislative gridlock, then there is a definite probability that our nation will be saddled with this legislative lockdown for a long time to come. with a very troubled economy, the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic-driven future, the exponential growth of the ravages of climate change, and the need to meet our sustainable development goals by 2030, Mr. Vice President, it is inevitable that the need for far-reaching legislation which requires 3/5 majority would definitely arise in order for us to effectively deal with these challenges. Mr. Vice President, we need to get ourselves out of this legislative gridlock. I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. May I just be reminded of the speaking time in the Senate, please? 3-0? Much obliged. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President, it gives me great pleasure to contribute to this bill, and permit me to, first of all, express my deep gratitude to honourable members for their contributions. Certainly, I wish to address what I consider to be the crystallized issues standing before us. Senator Timal delivered what I think just now was the crystallization of the situation that we stand in. Senator Timal properly reflected that Trinidad and Tobago, comprised of a largely two-party system, is in a situation where we have to pass laws, and that the opposition has taken a particular view that they will not be supporting laws of a 3/5 kind. And the statement was made, which I wish to address, lest an impression runs away from us, that the government has adopted, Senator Timal was very careful to say it correctly, the government has adopted an approach where we will approach the Parliament with simple majority laws on such occasions where those laws can be passed with simple majority passage. I would like to say, Mr. Vice President, the record is replete with demonstration and examples of many bills that we have brought to this Parliament which are solely and completely and only 3/5 majority laws. Why? Because that's the only way that the law can be addressed. I will remind FATCA, I will remind the tax information exchange packages, I will remind the Anti-Terrorism Act. All of these particular laws have been addressed because they require a 3/5 majority. We have before us here, Mr. Vice President, and I took up the note from Senators Deonarine and Dialsing, and lastly from Senator Timal. I have asked for the Clerk of the Senate to circulate to all members of the Senate now a marked up version of this bill, which will demonstrate in red text what is new to this bill, showing therefore what was brought from the bill previously, the 2019 bill, which was passed with full independent support in 2019. This law requires a simple majority for passage, and permit me to explain why. First of all, The 42 clauses before us and the schedule before us deal with the creation of a revenue authority. Very importantly, in Clause 5, we are establishing a body corporate as an authority to be known as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Honorable members, please note, by way of amendment, we are repealing Section 3 of the Income Tax Act. The Board of Inland Revenue is comprised in Section 3 of that particular law, where the commissioners are set up, and the Board of Inland Revenue. Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, Section 3 of that particular law is being repealed, and Section 3, for the record, for the purposes of this act, there is hereby established a Board of Inland Revenue. So, the body corporate, which is the Revenue Authority, is now going to receive the administrative and other functions of the Customs and Excise realm and the revenue realm. We are not abolishing the Income Tax Act, the Customs and Excise Act. We are not abolishing any one of the 70 laws set out in the schedule to this bill. These laws are going to be plugged in to a revenue authority. The revenue authority, its functions are set out in Section 6, Clause 6. The functions of the authority are set out in letters A to F inclusive in subsection 1 of Clause 6. Assessment and collection of taxes, administration of revenue laws, enforcement of revenue laws, I underline at paragraph C, enforcement of border control measures subject to any other written laws, provision of revenue collection services, and facilitation of legitimate trade. It is because of the enforcement of revenue laws and enforcement of border control laws that we have to reflect upon what required a 3/5 majority in the last law. That is the law which we passed in 2019 in the Senate. The relevant rights in the Constitution that are under consideration are sections 4A and 4C of the Constitution. 4A, the right to property and not to be deprived thereof, etc. 4C, the right effectively to private life. This law creates, as Senator Timal very succinctly put it and correctly, an hybrid system. What is the hybrid? The hybrid is that the authority is to be managed by a Director General. The Director General is to be appointed by affirmative resolution in the Parliament, and we have examples of things like that. Look at the Public Procurement Regulator, look at the Commissioner of Police as two examples. That Director General is assisted by a Deputy Director General Enforcement. That officer is a public officer coming from the Public Services Commission to be disciplined, to be appointed by the Public Service Commission, meeting the constitutional requirements set out in the Hines case, where the powers of enforcement in law, this now ties into Clause 6, enforcement of revenue law, administration of revenue law standing different, enforcement of border control laws, the enforcement of laws, which in the 2019 law was being dealt with by people who were not public servants protected by the Public Services Commission. The enforcement function of the revenue laws and of the Customs and Excise Division are being conducted by public officers. Those enforcement provisions are built upon the back that administrative provisions run alongside in a hybrid structure. The staff other than public servants will be not public servants. We have borrowed from the Privy Council approved approach in the Martha Perch case. The Privy Council approved that officers may be transferred out of the public service, transferred into the Revenue Authority by way of example in this law. In that case, it was the TT Post. And allowed for those officers so transferred to not be part of the public service within the definition of public service in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the civil service legislation. That has been upheld by the CCJ in the Chu case coming out of Guyana. That has been upheld by the Court of Appeal in Guyana in the Griffith case. And we are absolutely certain that examples of hybrid structures exist the world around. That has been set out in reports. I have in my hand final report of the Committee by Cabinet to examine the feasibility of establishing a revenue authority in Trinidad and Tobago, August 22nd, 2002. We are nearly 10 years away from this report. We have had umpteen joint select committees. We have had hundreds of stakeholders invited and contributed to parliaments in the previous parliament, the 12th Republican Parliament. We have had decades of discussion. We know that Tanzania, we know that Kenya, we know that Guyana, we know Barbados, we know Jamaica, all have revenue authorities with hybrid structures. Now, yes, in a best case scenario, we would love to have the assistance of the opposition to agree that a singular entity, properly clothed with authority, passed with a 3/5 majority is an ideal situation. But where are we getting that with Senator Wade-Mark? From 2002, 2009, 2010, 2020, 2021, we're in analysis paralysis. No support. So what does a responsible government engage in an exercise of digitization, engage in an exercise of follow the money, engage in an exercise of a desire to reduce the percentage of taxation that people are exposed to by broadening the net? What do we do? Wait for Senator Wade-Mark to say yes? Wait for Mrs. Prasad Bisesa to say yes? Or do we watch Trinidad and Tobago burn to ashes? When at this point in our history, revenue is critical so that we can relieve the burden upon those who pay. You see, Mr. Vice President, the people that support this country, apart from the oil and gas regime where taxation feeds us, are the people that have PAYE, pay as you earn. These are the hardworking citizens of our country who never see that money hit their bank account because it goes directly to the Treasury. And the simple philosophy behind this law is that everybody should pay their fair share, so that we can reduce the burden, lower the interest rate. Let's deal with the constitutionality continued. So enforcement includes a number of functions. Enforcement includes the functionalities of forfeiture, penalties, duties, distress. It includes power of entry. It includes information gathering. Those are the Section 4A and Section 4C rights of the Constitution. But Mr. Vice President, permit me to ask honorable senators to listen to this point. The core concept of our Constitution is that the Minister of Finance has control over the revenue of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Why do I say that? I want you to reflect, Mr. Vice President, upon the provisions of the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago sets out how we are to treat with money. And as we are all aware, no bill may be passed in the House of Representatives or the Senate or the Parliament unless Section 63 of the Constitution, Section 62 of the Constitution, Section 64 of the Constitution is dealt with. Listen to this one, Section 64 of the Constitution, where a money bill is dealt with. First of all, the Constitution sets out a money bill shall not be introduced into the Senate. Except on the recommendation or consent of the Cabinet, neither House shall proceed on any bill, including any amendment which, in the opinion of the person presiding, makes provision for any of the following purposes: imposition or increasing any tax, imposing or increasing any charge on the revenue or other funds of Trinidad and Tobago, etc., compounding or remitting any debt due to the Trinidad and Tobago, etc. So the Constitution sets up only the House of Representatives can deal with a money bill, not the Senate. And then the Constitution sets up that the Senate does not even have to give its consent to a money bill for it to pass. What is a money bill? The budget. Every year in the budget, and then when we get to the Finance Act, the Finance Bill, taxes are imposed, they are varied, they are managed by simple majority, never by special majority. So the imposition of taxes is a simple majority aspect. Trinidad Island cane farmers set that out, where the imposition of cess was afoot. The courts have upheld that the imposition of a tax, which in effect is a deprivation of property because it's my money going to pay my taxation, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago have long been upheld as allowing for taxation to be implemented on a simple majority basis. So it cannot be the imposition of tax or the management of tax that causes a problem. The Constitution says that the Senate's consent is not even necessary to pass a money bill. Let us go to another law, Mr. Vice President. Let us go to the provisions of the Exchequer and Audit Act. Section 3. The minister, this is the Minister of Finance, shall be subject to the Constitution and this Act, have the management of the consolidated fund and the supervision, control, and direction of all matters relating to the financial affairs of the state which are not by law assigned to any other minister. Section 4, powers of the Treasury. All persons concerned in the collection, receipt, custody, and payment or issue of public monies, stores, stamps, securities, or state property shall obey all such instructions as they may from time to time receive from the Treasury. Who is the Treasury? The Treasury is the Minister of Finance. So the Constitution sets up by simple majority, taxation, money, variation is the province of a government, because a government cannot run its affairs if it is interrupted in its expenditure. Under the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, an appropriation act that is passed, the Minister of Finance has the constitutional power to not spend the money and to vary it. That's in the Constitution. The Exchequer and Audit Act sets out in plain English that all matters of control of finances are subject to the Minister of Finance's direction. This bill proposes that revenue be collected by the receivers of revenue. We have identified one receiver of revenue, which is the Director General. There are multiple other receivers of revenue because in every one of the 70 laws in the schedule, there are receivers of revenue. They put that money into the exchequer account, and from the exchequer account, it goes to the consolidated fund. Why? Because the Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901 says, an account style, the exchequer account, shall be kept with such banks as the Treasury shall determine. Section 13 of that act says, all revenue shall be paid at such times in such manner as the Treasury may direct into the exchequer account, and shall be the revenue. So let me debunk this ridiculous argument of the opposition that the minister is involved, and the minister this, and the minister that. No, 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 no. The Minister of Finance, under the Constitution, under the Exchequer and Audit Act, has and has always had, in Westminster-style functionality, the powers that I have just described. So collection of taxes is simple majority. Variation of taxes is simple majority. Enforcement now, let's deal with enforcement. And let's deal with information gathering. Information gathering, Senator Leiter raised the issue about secrecy and protection, and they're going to abuse people. Senator Leiter raised up the straw man and then beat it down to say people will be worried about their contracts. Not for once recognizing that the enforcement provisions and all public officers that are going to deal with enforcement are protected by the Public Services Commission, by sections 121 of the Constitution specifically, that their salaries are a charge on the consolidated fund specifically. No, no, no. Senator Leiter didn't reflect on that. Senator Leiter said that these people will be subjected to abuse and take the will and fancy of the Minister of Finance. So Senator Leiter, despite a generous amount of time, could not read the provisions of the law. The bill before us, which then set out the Board of Management of the authority, and in looking at Clause 8.2, in the exercise of its functions, the board shall not be responsible for the functions of the authority. There is an ouster and prohibition against the creatures of the minister, the board, acting or involving themselves in the functions of the authority. What are the functions of the authority? They are set out in Clause 6. Enforcement, administration, collection. Section 4 of the Income Tax Act, a most sacrosanct section, still exists. The oath of secrecy in the Income Tax Act, which makes it a criminal offense for somebody to breach secrecy and reveal taxpayer information, still exists, because the Income Tax Act is one of the laws that the authority will be exercising, and it is a criminal liability to disclose information. There is a further oath of secrecy. There are declarations of conflicts of interest that are built into this bill. The sharing of information from the Board of Inland Revenue, which now becomes the Revenue Authority by the board being deleted in Section 3 of the Income Tax Act, the Inland Revenue jumps in. What time do I end in full time?
You finish at 2:42.
Thank you. The sharing of information is dealt with by the Data Protection Act, Sections 42A and B, where you may share information on the basis that a law provides for it. The sharing of information, which is the Section 4C of the Constitution, why we don't need a 3/5 majority. The Section 4C sharing of information is because that information, as gathered by an entity, in this case the Board of Inland Revenue, was not created by the Constitution in any entrenched way. It was created by an ordinary act of Parliament, and therefore can be modified by an ordinary act of Parliament. But we know from the Privy Council, and we know from the CCJ, and we know from the Court of Appeal of Guyana and Barbados and Jamaica that the sharing of information is perfectly permitted because there are safeguards. And the safeguards include oath of secrecy, etc., etc. So property, 4A, information, privacy, 4C, perfectly permitted to be operated. The government is advised by the Attorney General. This is not a court of law, it's a parliament. The reason why opinions are not circulated to vouch where an attorney stands as Attorney General is quite simple. When and if matters are going to be traversed in the courts, we have to keep our ammunition dry. I stand as the legal advisor to the cabinet. I stand under the Constitution as vouching the simple majority factors of this law, and I have yet to meet the opposition in a court of law trying to strike out any one of the laws that we have passed in the last 6 years. None of our laws in the past 6 years are under challenge in the courts by the opposition in the manner that they have threatened today. It's not to say that others may not bring challenge to the law, but I want to assure you that there is a principle of severability of laws. And the severability means that if the court considers that a law as drafted is in need of amendment, which the court is permitted to do by way of construction of the laws, that there is a severability of functions. But let me underwrite right now, 5 minutes? Thank you. Let me underwrite right now, this law is intended to be followed by another package of laws. This law is to create the revenue authority. There is one function that we will be attending to, which is how we treat with the separation of powers principle when we are dealing with certain aspects of enforcement of the law. What do I mean? The 70 laws that are listed in the schedule contain certain functions that at the Ministry of Finance and at the Attorney General's office, we are currently scrubbing to introduce due process in a court of law. So let me summarize. The revenue authority before us now, and you will see it in the marked up version that I have circulated, we have added a definition of customs laws. We've defined Deputy General Enforcement, we've defined Enforcement, Enforcement Division, and Excise Act. The next clause that is amended is clause 13 from the 2019 bill, where we introduce the Deputy Director General. We say that the salaries and allowances shall be subject to the SRC. Section 14, we deal with enforcement by civil proceedings, and we introduce the Deputy Director General. Section 15, we say it does not apply to the Deputy Director General. Section 18, which is the transfer options, we add in the Deputy Director General. Section 23, we add in the salaries payable to holders of public offices charged on the consolidated fund. Section 40, we add in the protection for the enforcement of customs laws, etc., the Director General, Deputy Director General. And the schedule, we've added in the other laws that were not included first. Nothing else is different from the 2019 bill. Relative to the need for a special majority, the rights that are to be considered, Section 4A of the Constitution, the right to property, Section 4C, the right to private life. With respect to 4A, the right to property is managed by the fact that the imposition of taxes, the variation of taxes, etc., are all subject of simple majority consideration. The deprivation of property, where you're enforcing the revenue laws, that will be the subject of a different package of laws where we add the court in to consider functions. So for instance, the consideration by the controller of customs, where you can plead guilty before the controller of customs, that will disappear and a court will be introduced. The right to private life, the transfer of information does not require a special majority because of the Data Protection Act and because of the maintenance of Section 4. But Mr. Vice President, as I wrap up this very important point, honorable members of the independent bench, please pay attention to Section 6 of the Constitution. Section 6 of the Constitution is the Savings Law Clause. And in the Savings Law Clause, it is important for us to remember that a law still stands scrutiny where we have the ability to rely upon the Constitution to say that pre-1962 laws are still valid. And what the Constitution says in plain English is that we have the ability to rely upon the fact that our laws currently allow for functionalities to exist if we are amending a law or repealing and replacing an existing law or adjusting an existing law which was saved, a pre-1962 law like the Income Tax Act. If we are changing it in a way such that it remains consistent, then it can be saved. Now that's an argument that will be addressed, but we are not hanging our hat on the save law provisions. It is part of the considerations. Section 6 of the Constitution does allow us to save this law, but Mr. Vice President, I am absolutely certain that this law is constitutional, necessary, proportionate, and does only require a simple majority passage. I thank you for this opportunity.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. How much time do I have, sir? 30. Thank you. All right. I want to thank and congratulate all members of the government and independent benches who contributed on this bill. I cannot say the same for the opposition. This is the third time this bill or bill of this nature has been presented in Parliament under this government, and it is the third time that the opposition has come with puerile arguments, irrelevant arguments, and outright untruths. Let me start first with Senator Mark, who has a tendency to come into this place and put untruths on the record. And I will take responsibility for my words because I'm going to prove that he has uttered several untruths. The one that I found most egregious was his entire thesis about the manner in which in other countries, the boards of revenue authorities are appointed and the person who performs the functions of the Director General are appointed. And according to him, the Honorable Senator, the Public Service Commission appoints the Director General in Mauritius, Jamaica, and Singapore. Poppycock.
Not true. Typical Senator Mark. Let me go first to the Mauritius Revenue Authority Bill or Act, Section 10. 2. The board, which is appointed by the minister, shall appoint the Director General. So that is not the Public Service Commission. That is the board appointed by the Minister of Finance in Mauritius who appointed the Director General. So that deals with this Mauritius old talk. Let's go now to the Jamaica situation. In Jamaica, the Commissioner General, because that is the equivalent, is appointed by the Governor General of Jamaica. But Senator Mark is sufficiently experienced in the Parliament to know and understand that the Governor General in Jamaica is a figurehead. And if he had bothered to tell the truth, he would have informed the Senate that the Governor General appoints the Commissioner General of the Jamaica Revenue Authority on the advice of the Minister of Finance, and has to take instructions from the Minister of Finance as to who should be the Commissioner General of the Jamaica Revenue Authority. If I look at the Barbados Revenue Authority, Mr. Deputy President, it's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. And one of the independent senators, more than one actually, Senator DeRine, put it in the most succinct form. I want to thank Senator DeRine once again for a very good contribution. I particularly want to single out Senator Ahi. That was a brilliant contribution. I don't know where she is, but the Honorable Senator, that was a brilliant contribution that covered the whole ambit of revenue authorities around the world. But Senator DeRine also did usual work, research work, and made a very succinct contribution and made the point that if you look all over the world, you will see that revenue authorities are, by and large, appointed by the Minister of Finance of the relevant country. And the Honorable Senator DeRine explained why. Because the Minister of Finance is accountable to Parliament, and therefore it has to be a ministerial function to appoint these boards. Otherwise, there would be no accountability to the Parliament. That's logic. I also want to thank the Honorable Attorney General for an excellent contribution as well, explaining the locus standi of the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance is not an ordinary creature. Under the Audit and Exchequer Act, there are serious responsibilities, authorities, and powers given to a Minister of Finance. And that brings me to a point that was made by Senator C. Prasad, where the Honorable Senator indicated that she would prefer that the board be appointed by the President. But revenue collection, and the Attorney General went into great detail to explain why, is a core function of the executive. Without revenue, the country can't be run. And a government is elected and given a mandate to manage the affairs of the country. And therefore, there is no country that I am aware of where a government has alienated itself from the collection of revenue. Doesn't make any sense. Because if, heaven forbid, hypothetically, one had an errant president, certainly not the current situation, but if hypothetically, sometime in the future, you had an errant president that appointed a dysfunctional board of a revenue authority, under our Constitution, the president is not subject to any sort of action in a court of law. and therefore there would be nothing the government could do about it. Suppose that board decided philosophically that they didn't like the online tax, or they don't like value-added tax, or they don't like property tax. They have a philosophical problem with that. So they decided not collecting it. The government would just have to stand up and watch and quarrel. And therefore, as the Honorable Attorney General has made the point that in the case of money bills, the responsibility is given to the House of Representatives to deal with money bills. It is far too important a responsibility for a government to alienate itself from the collection of revenue. And that's why all over the world, you see, all of these authorities are appointed by the minister. So I just wanted to make that point. Some of these things, they sound good on paper and so on, but it doesn't make any sense, because the second stage would be worse than the first. I have seen some amendments, which I assume we will deal with at the committee stage, from Senator DeRine. I want to signal right away that some of them are quite acceptable. Others we would have to discuss. I want to thank the honourable member for taking the time to print these proposed amendments and circulate them. Some of them will certainly improve the legislation. Some of them we may not necessarily agree with, and I will explain why. Some of the wild statements made by the opposition must be dealt with. Senator Leiter rehashed matters that we have debated in this parliament years ago, when we had a joint select committee, I made the point in my introduction that this legislation has had quite a tortuous passage and has been with us for years. I made the point that the first attempt to create a revenue authority was by legislation which came before the Parliament in January of 2010 and was not completed. We came again in 2018. We sent the bill to a Joint Select Committee of Parliament. We came again in 2019. But between 2018 and 2019, we had numerous encounters with stakeholders, discussions with the private sector, with agencies within the public sector, with the trade union movement, with all the professional organizations, with the Financial Intelligence Unit, Chartered Accountants, Service Commission, American Chamber of Commerce, Couva Point Lisas Chamber of Commerce, Cote Se Cote La. And after hours and hours and hours of meetings and interviews and discussions, the committee, having considered all of the representations made to it, made appropriate amendments to that bill at that time and submitted a report to the Parliament which had the support of the independent members of that Joint Select Committee. So all of those things that Senator Leiter was carrying on about, that is ancient history. All of those points made by AmCham and ICAT, etc., were all dealt with and considered by the Joint Select Committee and appropriate amendments made. Therefore, they are irrelevant. And I really take offense to Senator Leiter coming and screaming in this parliament about, oh, AmCham has so many members and it's apolitical. Apolitical? The CEO of AmCham was the COP candidate for Chaguanas East in the 2007 general election. I really take offense when people say these things. They think we're all a bunch of fools and we have no memories. Ridiculous. But let me go back into the issues raised by honorable members, by the independent bench in particular. Let me go specifically, because I have my people taking notes, let me go specifically to, let's start with Senator Shari Sipasal. And this point was made not just by Senator Sipasad, Senator Timol made it as well. And what I'd like to tell Senator Timol, yes, this is not a perfect piece of legislation. It is not. As the Attorney General said, we would have liked to go ahead with the bill that we passed before, a full-fledged revenue authority, a complete functional revenue authority. But we couldn't because the opposition has steadfastly resisted it, has said they will not support it. For 10 years, the opposition has been screaming that they will not support a revenue authority. For 10 years. And therefore, it is absurd for Senator Nakid to say that we should have the courage to bring a special majority bill. For what? We did that 3 times already. And on each occasion, the opposition torpedoed that legislation. We're not stupid. We can bring it a 4th time. When you have the opposition screaming, running up and down all of the place in their Monday night forum and screaming and shouting that they're not going to support it. And if we pass it, they go to court and try and undermine it. So we must bring it a 4th time? No way. Unfortunately, what is before the Honorable Senate now is the best that we can do. And there are many benefits that will come out of this hybrid model. Many. And I'll give you an example. There's a tax amnesty which is scheduled to expire today. And there have been long lines outside the Board of Inland Revenue building whole week because Trinidad and Tobago is a last-minute society. So people wait, even though the tax amnesty began on the 5th of July, people wait until the 12th or the 13th of September to go and submit their returns and sort out their taxes. That's Trinidad and Tobago. We know that. So there have been long lines outside the Board of Inland Revenue building this whole week and today. Someone sent me some photographs of a very long line a few days ago. The line went all the way back to the Radisson Hotel. So I contacted the officials in the Inland Revenue Division. I showed them the photos, and I said, what's going on? You know what happened? 4 cashiers decided not coming out. They just decided not coming out to work. 4 cashiers. 4 public servants just decided not coming to work. So that the officials had to go and scramble now and make alternative arrangements, and not any and everybody could be a cashier. If you're handling money in the public service, you have to have certain qualifications, you have to be screened and so on. You can't pick up the messenger and put them to cash, you know. So that when the cashiers decided they're not coming to work, they knew exactly what they were doing. If there is a revenue authority, because the collection of cash is not an enforcement requirement. That's not a matter of enforcement. That's a matter of administration. So if we had a revenue authority, you would have a pool of cashiers that the Director General could pick up the phone and immediately send 4 new cashiers to solve the problem and deal with it. One of the benefits that will come out of this new revenue authority is effective administration. The enforcement issue will still be with us. All of the honorable senators on the independent benches have made the point that these people will come through the public service system. They'll be subject to discipline, appointment, and promotion by the Public Service Commission. We can't do anything about that. That we will have to keep trying to get the Public Service Commission to do its work. We go try. But we can't do anything about that. But we are forced to include the Enforcement Division so that we do not breach the Constitution. So by putting in the Enforcement Division as a division of public servants accountable to the Public Service Commission, that is how we get around the special majority. It's not a perfect solution, but at least in terms of some of the issues I see Senator Dionarine has raised in her amendments, data collection, statistics, strategic planning, proper management, all of that can now be handled by a semi-autonomous or autonomous professional revenue authority that would have the ability to hire people based on merit, based on skill, would have the resources available to it to have a fully functioning, fully digitized, that's a very important thing, a fully digitized revenue authority where people can pay their taxes online, they can file in without let or hindrance. So that this hybrid, although it does not solve the problem of enforcement per se, because it remains within the public service, all of the other functions of revenue are now going to be handled by a professional revenue authority that is not humbugged by the strictures of the public service. So we think it will be a tremendous improvement. We believe so. We believe that by putting in a modern system of administration into the revenue collection exercise, there will be a vast improvement. The area of weakness will, of course, be enforcement. But because the opposition has refused for 10 years to support any kind of modernization in the collection of revenue, we have no choice but to do this. And all of these other issues like tax evasion and so on, a lot of it goes to the weaknesses in research capability, data collection, data analysis, interpretation, assessment. All of those are administrative matters. So again, if we can staff this revenue authority with professionals, then certainly we expect an improvement in administration. Senator Deanna Ryan may be right. Maybe the targets we've said, we'll have a continuous increase in revenue. Maybe we won't meet our targets, but we're certainly going to make a good crack at it. We're certainly going to try. And we're certainly going to do whatever we can to improve the administration within the revenue collection system. In terms of training, that's another point that Senator C. Prasad brought up, that customer service training, retraining is needed. Of course it is. And let me go now to Senator Lakshmidhyal. And Senator Lakshmidhyal is suffering from newness. That honorable senator wanted to know what was this TADAT report I was talking about, where the Inland Revenue Division got a A, a B, a C, a D, whatever. That was laid in this parliament years ago and dealt with in this parliament years ago. It's a document that's available in the parliament library. So if the honorable senator wants to know what TADAT had to say about our Inland Revenue Division, well then go and check it in the parliament library. It's there. The honorable senator, as I said, is suffering from newness. And also there's another person in another place who is the class clown. And I would advise members of the opposition, don't follow the clown in the other place in terms of sarcasm and puerile contributions. But let me move back to the sensible contributions of the independent bench. Senator C. Prasad proposed that all persons in the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Department can, within 3 months of the date of assent of this bill, exercise the option to either voluntarily retire from the service, remain in the public service, etc. I do believe we do have something similar to that in the bill, but certainly that proposal is very agreeable. Senator C. Prasad also underscored the need for improvement in information technology. I couldn't agree with her more. We certainly need to improve the technology at the Inland Revenue Division, and we do believe that this can be achieved better through the establishment of a revenue authority. Senator C. Prasad also made the point that a new or restructured organization is not enough to deal with the problem of tax evasion and collection. That is true. But as I made the point just now, this is a step in the right direction. We can't just throw up our hands in the air and say we can't do nothing because we have a recalcitrant opposition whose only duty is to oppose. We can't just sit down and do nothing. We have to try and do something. And these bills that we have been bringing of late, which require simple majorities, are the culmination of years and years of trying to get the opposition to understand that for the good of Trinidad and Tobago, for the progress of the country, they need to work with the government to improve and modernize the public service. But they will have none of it. So this hybrid model is an effort on the part of the government to start moving in the right direction. I won't even bother to go into the constitutional arguments of Senator Lakshmi Dayal. They were ridiculous. The Attorney General has made the point that we have taken away the requirement for a special majority because of the enforcement division, which will be a division of the public service, and that settles that. And all those attorneys over there who love court, feel free to go and challenge the law whenever you're ready. Senator Ayi, how much more time do I have?
You finish at 3:13.
So about 8 minutes or so, 7 minutes? Okay. Just 1 second, Mr. Deputy President. All right. Let me just pull up. I have Senator Ahi's contribution here. As I said, a brilliant contribution. Senator Ahi made the point, and it's important, but the Honorable Senator also took the time to look at the issue in context. It is recognized that a degree of concern has been expressed by some with respect to the appointment authority given by the minister in the legislation. But Senator Ahi also said that having looked at revenue authorities in Barbados, Jamaica, and Guyana, and there's a direct quote, the powers of the minister regarding appointments are practically similar. And Senator Ahi went on to talk about the safeguards that are within the legislation that have been put in. For example, the minister cannot interfere with anybody's personal business. The minister cannot even know what is going on inside of there. And the board, the politically appointed board, also cannot interfere with the collection or enforcement in particular, of the revenue laws. That is a matter for the enforcement division. And those are the safeguards that are inside of there. Senator Ahi asked me to give information on terms and conditions of appointees to the board. But those are quite standard. We have a system in Trinidad which has been in existence for over 20 years. You have an A-class, B class, C class, D class board. A-class board would be like Heritage Petroleum, Telecommunications Authority, Regional Health Authority. Those are boards that have significant responsibilities. That will be the highest level, and usually the chairman of a board of that type, the A-class, the stipend, let's call it, is $10,000 or $11,000 a month. They get a small traveling allowance and so on, because these appointments are supposed to be public service. It's not a job. So you're not supposed to be looking out for $50,000 a month as the chairman of the new revenue authority. This is public service. So there is a stipend, but it is fairly nominal to illustrate the fact that these positions are not salaried positions per se. It's not a job per se. It's service. With respect to other points made by honorable senators, what I would say, and Senator Narine made an important point, that even though a bill that is even stronger than this, the original one that we passed before with the support of independent senators, was approved by this Senate, no one should quarrel or be concerned about senators revisiting legislation because economic circumstances have changed. I couldn't agree with the senator more. There's nothing wrong with that. I am not going to come here and make a set of noise and say, well, all you approved it before, why all you getting on so? I would not do that. It is an important point that the economic situation in Trinidad is dynamic, it evolves, it is not static. And therefore and the society itself is dynamic and evolves all the time. So there's no issue with any senator who voted yes on the last occasion coming now to ask for amendments or to ask for explanation or to revisit a clause that was there before. That is their right. So that was a very important point that Senator Dana Ryan made, and I thought I should endorse that point. So let me just say that I am very pleased at the contributions made by the independent bench. There are a lot of food for thought, a lot of supportive issues. Let me just go to Senator Timol. You wondered whether we're wasting time? If I can summarize what the senator said, are we wasting time? I don't think so. And this goes back to the point I made, that whereas we can't get a full 100% revenue authority because of the refusal of the opposition to give us the special majority in the other place, certainly this is a huge move forward in terms of modernization, digitalization, efficient administration, and proper population of an essential core function of the government and indeed the entire country. So I don't think that this is exchange. This is a significant advance forward. We will consider all the amendments proposed by the honorable senators in the committee stage. We will certainly accept those that we can live with, or the ones, as I said, some of Senator DeRine's proposals actually strengthen the bill. I welcome them. Some of them we may not be able to accept. But I'm hoping as we go to committee stage, we can have a proper discussion of the various clauses and that we can arrive at a proper resolution of this issue. And I do believe that if we pass this bill, even in this hybrid form, that we are making a significant advance in terms of the modernization of the system of governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And as I end, just on a personal note, I am becoming quite irritated at the snide remarks of the opposition. You know, Mr. Deputy President, you know, I've been a member of Parliament now for 30 years. I've been in cabinet government for almost 20 years. Almost 20 years. That's it, time is up. And, you know, having been in public service for 30 years, government for almost 20 years, having 4 university degrees, it is really irritating for persons to come and make these snide remarks. I know they're wasting their time, but it is quite irritating. So I thought I would put that on the record, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for related matters be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for related matters.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. In accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
That's who I was looking for. I'll need a copy of the bill. I need a copy of the bill.
Senators, before we begin the committee stage, permit me to suspend the sitting for about 10 minutes. So the Senate will now stand suspended for 10 minutes.